All right, y'all, smash up the like buttons, because if we can get 1,000 likes in the first 30 minutes, we will be giving away 1,000 USDT. All right, y'all, we are live on this beautiful Wednesday. Blessings to everybody in the name of Jesus, Yeshua, the Messiah. Even if you are not religious, I still pray you are super blessed. It's the Bitcoin, the big question mark of the day. Is this pump going to continue? We are at a very, very important support resistance flip right now. And I'm excited because in approximately 2.5 hours, we will have FOMC meeting minutes, which means we might see a nice weekly high get put in here, or at least a pretty big move. It is a Wednesday, and Wednesdays are volatile days. A huge shout out to everybody in the chat right now, and I do just want to give a quick reminder that if we can get 1,000 likes during the first 30 minutes, we'll be giving away 1,000 USDT. Also, guys, a huge shout out to the sponsors of the channel. If you want to trade Bitcoin and altcoins along with me, I highly recommend MEXC, the best exchange you could trade on because the fees are so dang low. You can lock in those juicy profits trading on very low time frames. There's a link in the description to sign up for MEXC, and not only this, but you can buy up to 1,500 altcoins. I'm also trading on an exchange called ZOOMEX, and I'm also trading on an exchange called BingX, and if you sign up to BingX, you can get up to $7,000 to trade with. If you are interested, I also have to give a major shout out to Apex, the prop firm. If you want to become a funded trader and you are good at trading but you need capital, this is honestly a good route to go because you can get the money you need to trade, and obviously they will give you some of the profits. We are officially partnered with Apex. Link in the description. Obviously, this is more than just Bitcoin trading. Right here, this is pretty much futures trading. So, oh, and I got to give a huge shout out to Market Cipher as well. Huge shout out to Market Cipher. Huge shout out to CryptoFace, because Market Cipher, #1 trading indicator. Rep it on my shirt every single day. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all that Jay Shillington has to show. Shout out to everybody in the chat right now. Huge shout out to True North. He says, Big J, we send in the pump song soon. Maybe we might be singing that pump song soon. Shout out to Dano Crypto in the chat. Shout out to Dave Digital. He is like number 162. Shout out to Random Stuffs TV 618. Shout out to Dave Digital, who says, you are George. You are all George with a plunger. Shout out to Siren Stardust. Shout out to Revu Elto. Shout out to Take Profits. Shout out to Lordek 440. Hit the like button to make all the coins pump, baby. Shout out to Telzone. Shout out to PS5 Future of Gaming. Jason Casper, what's up, my homie? 333. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Rob Riley. Bob Riley says, Pamp, bro. Shout out to Kalechi. Shout out to Kalechi again. Hit the like for $1,000. Shout out to JC Stylish. Fit Genius 618. Shout out to Ben. He says, Bitcoin about to explode, question mark. Man, something crazy is about to happen, let me assure you. Would you rather, says everyone like. Always leveraged, says Jay. Go straight theology talk, all stream. I don't know if we're going to do it all stream, guys. I don't even know if we're going to do it some stream. I never know. Shout out to J-Boy Bullish. He says, smash it up. Shout out to Business Info. I think 67 is a good support and more upside for a new high. Well, yeah, I mean, we'll be getting into that. We will be talking about this and all the different possibilities that we have, because I also agree that $67,000 is a pretty dang juicy level. All right, it's a pretty dang juicy level, if you ask me. Pretty dang juicy level, if you ask me. All right, shout out to Q Jeffy Dude. He says, be patient, y'all. All right, good boy wants to talk about the market. Market? What do you mean talk about the market, bro? What do you think this is? A crypto technical analysis live stream? Chat, let them know what's up. Shout out to Multi-Sig Dummy. Shout out to Sunshine. Shout out to Quicker. He says, let's give him 1 hour per TA, and then someone drop the theology questions, and let's see if we can go for another 3 hours. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. All right, shout out to Renan. Shout out to Stemold. He says, carry my cross, follow me. That's beautiful, in it. All right, we got about 600 people in the house, and we're going to be getting into the TA. Now, make sure, guys, to smash the likes, because I do like to give away $1,000, as we do all the time up in the Casper, Jason Casper live streams. So let's talk about what's happened with Bitcoin, what's going to happen with Bitcoin, and what we are looking at right now with the Bitcoin price. Now, this is very, very interesting stuff here, because let's go over to TradingView and take a look at what's been happening here. We're going to go to the daily time frame. All right, the daily time frame. Now, when we take a look, actually, let's head on over to, we'll start right here. We'll start right here. Let's look at what's been happening here throughout the past few days, because it's very, very important. Bitcoin was trading the sideways range. We came down to the lows of the range, and we got a fake out, very similar to what happened back here in January. As we come down to the low of the range, we get a fake out. Now, what are some of the major similarities between the two fake outs? Well, for me, it's the hidden bullish divergence, right? The momentum wave is making a low, a nice oversold low, that's lower than the previous momentum wave, right? When you see price making a higher high in an uptrend and the momentum wave makes a lower low, this is called a hidden bullish divergence. All right, so medically, and well, at least according to the New England Journal of Medicine, this is known as the mirror mode butt cheek pattern, because typically when we're looking for butt cheeks on the chart, we want to look for the regular butt cheek pattern where we have a juicy left cheek and a skinny right cheek. This is called a bullish divergence. But when this young lady looks into the mirror, what does she see? Wow, she sees a mirror image of her gluteus maximi. Butt cheeks uneven. Why? Well, tight right hip flexor allows basically it makes the lower back compensate for the glute. The glute doesn't fire, and over time it causes an imbalance. And when there's an imbalance, that means there needs to be a correction, aka a move to the upside. All right, so we saw this back in January. We're currently seeing it again right here in May 2024. May 1st, actually. It was a Wednesday when we made this low. Let's just keep in mind, guys, that Wednesdays are very volatile days. We made our high up here on a Wednesday the 13th of March. We made our low here Wednesday the 1st of May. Now, ever since, we have come back into the chart. We have come back into the range. And when we look at the volume that's traded here, this is where things get juicy and spicy. All right, bam, boom, bang. Look at, oh my goodness. So we've come back inside the value area low of the range. We got a nice little back test, and then boom, we've actually broken out of the value area high of the range. This is quite bullish. And when we look also at what we just did here last night, we have come back to back test the value area high of the range. Look at this. Do you guys see this? What is this telling us? This is telling us that as of right now, the market wants to trade Bitcoin at higher prices. All right. Now, in conjunction with all these things, we have the higher term timeframes also making us feel giddy, like a bull. All right, a giddy bull. We look at the weekly time frame, and what do we see here? A green dot is printed, and in 4 days and 9 hours, we will know if this green dot confirms green and prints green. That, in my opinion, guys, is going to lead to a much larger move to the upside. The last time we got a green dot on Market Cipher B was Monday, February 5th. The week of Monday, February 5th, it confirmed, and after it confirmed, that gave us much follow through. We ended up for the following weeks pumping 50% to the upside. All right, we go to our 4-day time frame, which in my opinion looks very bullish. What do we see on the 4-day? Money flow thickening. Money flow getting thick, nice and thick. All right, very thick. We were already looking at the thickness. The money flow is getting thick. The mirror mode, butt cheek getting thick. And look at this trigger wave printing here below the 0 line. And look at this yellow oscillator right here is looking like it has more ways to go. It's looking pretty nice. It's not looking bearish, I'll tell you guys this. So, what does this mean? If we hold above this level of this $69,000 value area high, then it's very probable that we will see Bitcoin take these highs, man. And we could see us come up to, 75, 76, at least take these highs, at least. But based on the historical weekly, I mean, we could see a lot of follow through here. So for me, my major target is really just simply going to be taking this high. I've been talking about this entire time in a sideways range. We need to really be aware of fake outs to the upside and to the downside, right? Fake outs to the upside and to the downside. We got a fake out to the downside. Maybe now we get a fake out to the upside. A few things we need to keep on our radar right now is that we are coming to the top of a sideways range. The daily potentially could give us a top here. Based on the money flow, I'd say things still could give us more upside, but we need to be prepared for a not breakout, right? Something, even if the uptrend is going to continue, we need to be prepared for some kind of consolidation, some kind of toppy thing. We go to the 12-hour, we're seeing it start to top out a little bit, right? So these are things that we do need to be prepared for. Now, let's take a look also at this pattern that we have here, the inverted head and shoulder pattern, the introverted head and shoulder. We got the left, we got the head, we've got the right shoulder, and then the breakout. Now look at this. If we just take our measured target of the introverted head and shoulders pattern, we can see that our target actually is a new high, right? Around $75,000. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So right now, things look very strong to me on the macro. Things look strong to me on the macro. If we start to lose $69,000, then, like my friend said in the chat, the $67,000 zone is going to be a very important area to hold. Because if we're going to be looking at this as a major support resistance flip, which it absolutely is, right? We got this major support resistance flip, $67,000 resistance breakout. Now we could say, okay, breakout, retest, and then another move to the upside. So if we lose 69,000, it becomes more probable than not that we make our way back down to the high volume node of the range around 67,000. And if we pull a Fibonacci from the low right here to the high, you can see that the golden pocket 786 zone lines up perfectly with that high volume node. So for me, 69K, very important. If we lose 69K, I'm actually going to look for a short down to 67. If we come to 67, I'm going to be looking for a long trade. Now, here's something else that we need to keep in mind. Like when we zoom out, how beautiful does $67,000 look? It looks very beautiful. It's a support resistance flip. It's a golden pocket, right? 6 Juanita, my high school crush, she rejected me when she was resistance. Why was she resistance? Look at this, right from the 618 Fibonacci golden pocket, rejection. She was resistance because I was in the friend zone. All right, I thought she liked me, but she didn't like me like that. Okay, but here's the thing. because I am in the friend zone, she will be there to offer me support. When I say, 6 Juanita, will I ever find love? She'll say, don't worry, Jason, there's still a chance that somewhere out there you will find love. And that will take us to the next high that we have right here. Wow, look at that. What an amazing love story that is. You know, it actually gives me hope that someday I will find love. So we have today, guys, also at 2 p.m., we have FOMC meeting minutes, which is basically just a report of their most recent meeting over there at the FOMC, the Federal Reserve. It will be providing in-depth insights into the economic, like I said, economic instead of economic. Makes me sound a little bit more intelligent. Or does it make me sound less intelligent? I don't know. It will provide a detailed, in-depth insight into the economic and financial conditions that influenced their vote on where to set interest rates. Now, this might cause some volatility. As we know, Wednesdays, they do tend to be volatile. And if we are going to make a high this week, take out 73K, take out 74K, it might happen today. All right, it really might happen today. Let's go to our 4-hour market cipher B here. When I look at this money flow coming in, this green dot looking like she wants to give us a print. All right, then I think to myself, man, we could get a big pump to take out our level at $74,000. That would be absolutely insane. All right, that'd be absolutely insane. You know, and yeah, then we could look back at the chart and be shocked, right? Like Carl from the Moon, when he looks in the rear view mirror on his Maserati, he sees my shocked face. All right, by the way, shout out to Carl from the Moon because we do have a movie coming out very soon.
Hello, I would like to get a Big Mac meal.
Yeah, so shout out to Carl from the Moon, my man. All right, but so far, I would say that this move to the upside is very healthy. It is very healthy. If we take a look at the order flow right now, let's look at how things have progressed throughout the course of the month since we made our bottom. Even right now, like as we're watching this kind of form out right now, we're even now seeing some, we saw, I don't know, it's pretty neutral, but it looks pretty healthy. So far, this move to the upside has been fueled by bullish CBD divergences, which means we're seeing big players hold the price and push the price up. And even from this bottom here to this bottom here, massive bullish CBD divergence. And then we're seeing increase of open interest. Traders are opening up positions. This is a healthy move to the upside. And right now we're not seeing really any signs of weakness. This last push up, we got a little decrease of open interest. Now we're starting to see open interest creep up. We're not seeing any bearish CBD divergences here yet. If anything, maybe we're seeing a little slightly bullish CBD at these lows. But overall, guys, things, like I said, looking pretty dang healthy, pretty dang juicy. Let's see if we're going to pump. All right. McDonald's is a fine dining establishment, says Joey. Shout out to Field of Free Spirit. Shout out to Iceman. Carl's not a scammer, man. Come on. Dude's not a scammer. Everyone says, why do people think Carl's a scammer? All right. Shout out to Stein Caldrone. He says, Jay, can you please let me know if I'm seeing a Bart Simpson on the D? Are you seeing a Bart Simpson on the D? On the daily, man? You think there's a Bart Simpson on the daily? Nah. Look, the only way the D could turn into a B, S, the only way the daily could turn into a Bart Simpson, all right, is if we get the following. Fake out of this, you know, and then eventually bam. You know, but it's going to take some time, right? It's going to take some time to form the D can't turn into a B, S, unless we get a little bit more time. We got to take that high first. The first sign of a Bart Simpson is a taking of the high and then a loss of the level. All right, that's sign number 1 of a Bart Simpson. All right. Dip and rip, says True North. All right, shout out to Dave Digital, shout out to Ben, shout out to The Ash. Shout out to J-Boy Bullish, who says Mazabuga Tambo. Yeah, it's a Mazabuga Tambo. A Mazabuga Tambo. Who in the world says meal at McDonald's? I don't know. I don't go to McDonald's, honestly. I don't go to McDonald's. I haven't been to McDonald's since 2000. It must have been like 2015, 2016. I don't know. I've never been a big fan of McDonald's anyway. Rockton Road, if you want to hear my answer to this question, go watch the live stream from last Wednesday. It was 5 hours long, and I actually talked about it on stream, and somehow my channel's still here. All right. Shout out to MM Crypto. Says P's Bitcoin monthly red dot. Yeah, let's talk about the monthly red dot real quick. All right, let's talk about the monthly red dot real quick. We got to talk about the Bitcoin monthly red dot. When we look at this monthly red dot, we need to understand, guys, that it's not over until the fat lady sings. All right, let's get a video of it. Sweet Home Alabama. Fat lady. Yeah, here we go.
Did what we could do. Now Watergate does not bother me. Does your conscience bother you? Then tell the truth.
Now until we all hear that music pumping through our speakers, we still have 9 days and 9 hours for the dang red dot to confirm. Now it looks like it might confirm, but here's how I look at this. All right, here's how I look at this. I have said this before, and I will say this again, and this is my own bias, all right? So hear me out. When we're looking at market cycles, all right, the halving is not the time to get bearish. All right, I'm just going based on historical cycles here. 2012, 2016, 2020, 2024. The halving is not the time to get bearish, okay? Historically speaking, from the halving to the top of the market cycle, we have between 350 to 450 days, all right? So last time to the actual all-time high, it was about 450 days, right? Which means I'm not really looking to start getting out of here until at least March of 2025, and then potentially the summertime of 2025, right? So I think we have some time where we can get another push up right around to December, January, February, March of 2025. And this is going to be the place where we top out here. Now, obviously, I don't think we're going to $300,000 Bitcoin. I don't think that. It's just a drawing, not to scale. But we have to understand that in all bull markets, we print bearish divs on the monthly the entire way up. It's just the way it goes. And also, look at these historical monthly market cipher Bs here. We get the red dots, and we get the almost red dots. In fact, we don't know if there were red dots printing in these areas or not. They might have printed and then unprinted because they never confirmed. So for me, as I'm watching the monthly right now, I'd say it's not over until it's over, all right? Until it's actually confirmed. And even if it does confirm, we have to also understand here that we had a red dot bearish div on the monthly back here in April 2021. And it took us another 250 days before the top was actually in here, right? So 250 days. So let's say that we do top out here, right? Well, 250 days from now is, guess what? Right in the beginning of 2025. So I am not overly concerned about the red dot on the monthly. These things take a long time to play out, right? So that's my thoughts. This is my bias right now based on the historical data. Could I be wrong? Yes. If I am wrong, guys, I am going to lose a lot of money. So I'm not saying this just to say it, all right? This is actually how I am dealing with a very large spot position on Bitcoin, all right? If I am wrong right now, I'm literally leaving so much profit on the table. because I'm looking for higher prices. I'm looking for 80K. I'm looking for 100K and maybe 120K. Those are other selling plans that I have. So this is actually how I'm dealing with this right now. So that's my thought. Doesn't mean I'm right, but that is my thought. All right. Monthly red dot, baby. Bitcoin pumping. Let me sniff the sandals. Shout out to Cipher Gaming. Upside down head and shoulders on the daily, baby. Oh yeah, look at that. There is a BART on the D. I don't know, man. You see a BART on the D? You see the BART on the D? I don't know. Bitcoin does look bullish on the 4-hour. Shout out to Crypto Coons holding it down with the wrench. Shout out to the Dusty Hunt. Shout out to French Toaster. He's getting Pizza Hut tonight. Man, I love pizza. I do love pizza. Pizza, that's some good stuff. All right. Shout out to Ways of the Jedi. He has a very ambiguous comment. All right, Bitcoin getting a little bit of a pump right now, guys. Bitcoin getting a little bit of a pump. Let's see how this goes. Now, very locally here, let's just do the local analysis. We do have a series of lows right here that we do need to be aware. If the FOMC volatility comes out, we need to be aware of something like this, right? A liquidity grab, and then a move back up. We do need to be aware of that. We also need to be aware of the local Fibonacci golden pocket, which we are coming to right now. All right. This is actually our first little zone of resistance that we're coming to right now. So we need to be aware of this. In fact, look at this. Let's just mark a line on our chart here. Let's just mark a line on our chart right here. This is lining up nicely. Bitcoin is breaking out of local resistance. Next, we have the Fibonacci golden pocket. This is going to be also our area of resistance right here. But in general, let's say that we get a rejection from this area, then we do need to be aware of taking out these lows. In fact, let's pop on over to Market Cipher B right now. And how is she looking? Honestly, she's looking not so bearish on the 1 hour. She's looking pretty good. Let's go down to the 12-minute. Alright, so the 12-minute honestly does have a little bit of room for some bearish divs if we come up into this golden pocket zone here. So I would say that right now I am a little bit interested in this box and this box for important levels that we might see the price action get a reaction. The price action get a reaction. Alright, a reaction in the price action. Alright, shout out to Design Aspects. How is this the wrong fib? We got the golden pocket from the high to the low, right? Yeah, we got it. Oh, I guess you're right. I pulled it too low. I pulled it too low. When the pocket goes too low, baby, the price starts to slow. When the pocket gets too low, the Bitcoin price starts to slow. All right, here we go. Here we go. When the price dips low, then it starts to show. You already know. When the price dips low, it starts to show. All right, let's see what happens here. When the price dips low, then it starts to show. All right, Bitcoin, come on, baby. Come on. What's happening with altcoins, says Kevin? I don't know. I think Bitcoin's trying to decide things, you know? Bitcoin's trying to decide things right now. So once Bitcoin makes a big decision, then we'll see altcoins start to move as well. Yeah, so here's the thing, guys. If we lose this level, we could come all the way back down to take the lows. So let's watch and see what happens here. When the price comes low, then we start to flow. When the price comes low, then we start to flow. Yeah. When the price comes low, then we start to flow. Price dips down and you know it's a show. But right now we're consolidating, going slow-mo. Better hold tight, watch the crypto flow. Yo, Jake Casper, I'm chilling in the house. We're trading over here on this Bitcoin bounce. And oh snap, let me take a peek. Does Market Cipher B have the uneven butt cheeks? I don't know, let's check it out. Got the blue candles and the purple about to turn down. Here we go, looking for the next divergence. Bitcoin's about to pump, it's looking emergent. Here we come right next to the box. Bitcoin pumping, she just won't stop. That's how we do it when we're looking for a pop. Then the price starts going all around in the rock. But when bears attack, the bulls lay low. It's a game changer, then we got emotional. FUD spreads like a viral undertow. Then we're chilling every day, got my flows. Hey, what am I saying? I don't know. Hopefully we'll get paying on the trades. Trading in spades. Looking through the window, looking for the plays. Yeah, when the heart goes faster. Bitcoin about to go blaster. Got resistance, we go past her. Opportunities coming like a blaster. Yeah. Here we go. We're holding support. We're holding support. Don't mess with me if you don't want to get hurt. Bitcoin tried to swing failure, then we pump back up. I lost my flow. Dang it! I lost my flow. All right, I lost my flow. Maybe I'm too white, or maybe I don't know. I said, yo, I lost my flow. Maybe I'm too white, or maybe I just don't know. Yeah. All right. So look, we're holding support thus far, guys. Let's actually take a quick look at Market Cipher B here. Because look, we are coming up to an area of resistance. We understand that in a little bit. We've got ourselves some news events. And so this actually is the resistance right here. And if we lose the level, we do have bearish divergences, which could then bring us back down to the to this box where we could look for the bounce. All right, so let's just be aware of that right there. All right, we got to be aware of that right there. We must be aware of that right there. All right. Shout out to Omar for the super chat. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to French Toaster. Shout out to Prissa Kayaru. All right. What is my view on ICT? I guess they're good, man. They're good traders. The guy's a good trader. Everyone likes them, so they got to be good. All right, shout out to My Crypto Goods. Salam alaikum. All right, I hope you read the Bible recently. All right, shout out to Ways of the Jedi. He says you already know. Shout out to Sumit Thapa. He says, what's good? All right, shout out to Dave Brumblebo. He says, like, subscribe, and share. Shout out to Radu. He says, hello, friends. All right, let's see here. All right, guys. Let me see if we can get a special guest to pop on here. All right, let's do it. Let's see if we can't get a special guest up in here. All right, y'all. We do have a very special guest with us right now. So I want to introduce my man Boyan to the chat. What's going on, Boyan?
What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing?
So if anyone doesn't know Boyan, Boyan is he's one of the instructors in the Casper crew, a very good trader, and I want to get his analysis on what is going on with these markets because, bro, didn't you give a long setup this morning?
Yes, and I have taken profit right before stream.
Are you still in the trade?
Yeah, I'm still in the trade. Looking for potentially higher. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, here. Let me pop your screen out here, man. So
it was a longer trade. It really took its time. But I didn't get stopped. So the trade was, we did our usual morning London Open stream for everyone in the Discord. Everyone knows morning or London Open every morning. I go live, hunt some trades, plan some trades. And this morning, kind of the context was we are at a major resistance, right? But looking at Bitcoin, it's still Bitcoin when it gets going, it really gets going. So this morning, I was looking for this potential long right off of volume node that we found on XO right here. So this is the software we use, XO. This is the high volume node we found. And I didn't really want it to go much lower than that. And the trade was basically right there. Now, we did have a really nice reaction. Really, it took off. And I was like, oh, this is great. We'll take the highs. A really quick trade, not hang on to it too long. But no, Bitcoin decided to front run it. Don't take the highs, come back down to your entry, and then just chop, and then New York opens in a few hours actually into New York Open, and that's when you get to move. So it really tests your patience, but it was well worth it. We got a nice the target was these highs, by the way, a new daily high, and yeah, we got a nice 1.14% trade. I posted the trade before taking it, and I posted my my time. Actually, I didn't post the time of entry. I just posted where I entered and where I exited, so everyone know I took the trade, and I'm not just talking. I'm actually trading, you know, because that's important.
Yeah, shout out to Boyan, man. The dude is an amazing trader. I've learned so much just from you, bro. And so what do you think about the level we're at right now? Do you think Bitcoin is going to keep pumping? Because I'll be honest, I'm long and strong, baby. Shout out to Joe Potter. But I'm long, and I've got my permabolt glasses on. you know, I think this looks really, really good right now for actually a new high to come in on Bitcoin. But what are you thinking, man?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even when we saw this all-time high, it wasn't really like usual all-time high that we see. We usually see like a blow-off top, a nice selling tail. You see some volume trapped in there. If this was the all-time high here on this candle, I would have been like, okay, fair enough. That's a good high. Candle-wise, probably has a selling tail in there, some volume. But this, it was kind of it wasn't the best all-time high. Just putting that out there. So the plan was, if you guys are of course part of the VIP, we had a plan, or I had a plan since like April, beginning of April, and I posted this on Twitter for everyone as well. So if you're not part of VIP for the daily updates, I did post this on Twitter. But this was the plan. This was the plan from like April, beginning of April, maybe wasn't even 14th of April, very, very early. And again, it did take its time. It did chop around, build some more liquidity as Bitcoin likes doing. Went up, retested the point of control, and then dumped on the beginning of the month, the 1st of May. Put in the monthly low at the first day of the month, and since then it's been a move up. And I have been in this long, and the target for this long has always been a new all-time high. And currently we are in about 25% profit. I haven't taken profit yet. The first take profit for me is 30%, right at a new all-time high. And then I also have some fibs at 74k, 74,800. So I probably will scale out of this as we approach a new all-time high. But this, I can even search for the Discord. This has been a plan in motion for months now, and you can also see my Twitter. It's not just in Discord. You can also see my Twitter.
Yeah, make sure to follow Boyan on Twitter. What's your Twitter?
Yeah, it's I don't even know, to be honest. It's Boyan 618 or something like that. It's probably Boyan 618.
He posts the juice on Twitter for free.
Yeah, Boyan. Yeah, there we go. It's let me.
All right, bro. We got Richard Leinhart in the chat. He wants to see a front bicep pose. All right.
A front biceps?
Yeah. Front bicep
I'm doing
pose.
it, but you cannot see it, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer, man.
You can do it for me. You can do it for me.
I don't even know if this is right. I'm not a real bodybuilder like you are, bro.
There you go. I'm not a real bodybuilder either. Oh, there you go. I found the post. It's all the way from 15th of April. I was close. 15th of April.
You gotta pop it in the browser.
Yeah, let me pop it in the browser. And boom. There you go.
Shout out to Boyan, man.
Top left corner, you can see the date. 15th of April, 8:48 a.m. So that's probably like what, 2 a.m. your time? 3 a.m. your time?
Yeah, I don't know.
While you were sleeping, I was making some BTC plans. Waiting for this moment. And you can see how this, I haven't not touched anything on this chart. I have not touched anything. There you go. This is the same thing. You can see this, even this stays here. I have not deleted, I have not added, I have not moved a line on this. And this
his chart has been perfectly preserved.
Yeah, except I changed the colors. I changed the colors on the chart, but the dark wasn't going good, or it wasn't translating good on stream. You couldn't see the candles. So this way I think it's better. Even for me, I got tired of the dark. A bit of light on the charts. But yeah, overall, we are at a major resistance. The range value high. It's also Coinbase's value high, and the CME's value high. These are not loading because there we go.
Yeah,
you can see value high. So it is a major resistance. We also have a monthly, a daily, a bunch of resistances, MPOCs, everything is here on top of each other. We did get a nice pullback from yesterday, but I would like to see what happens on the retest here at 71k. As you can see, I do have an alert, and this morning I did look initially to take a short from there. So this was potential short I had from again that backtest of the monthly, the daily value high, MPOC from yesterday, and we also have a daily from yesterday as well. So this is still resistance for me. I would like to see what happens when we approach it, and I would potentially look to take a hedge short position, because as I said, I have not taken profit on this. So instead of taking profit here, I would rather enter a short position as a hedge for this long, and then see how far I can hedge, and then maybe make some profit, realize some profit, add it back to this trade, maybe average it out higher, and then we look for a new all-time high. So
Nice,
potentially I would look for a move up again, or to continue this move up, make another daily high up to there, and then see how see overflow, see everything else for a potential short.
Nice, bro. And we have some questions in the chat for Boyan. He said, first of all, people want to know if you show your live trades. I don't think you show your live trades, but you show when you enter and stuff, right? I see screenshots of your positions and stuff.
Yeah, I don't show my live trades. I don't really show my my position sizes and all of that. But a lot of times I do say when I enter. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do. Really depends actually on the mood I am in. Sometimes if I'm also busy with other stuff, I don't have the time to like go in there and then screenshot and post and type and this and that. So sometimes I say when I enter, sometimes I show where I entered. But no, I don't necessarily show the full trade position size and all of that.
Gotcha,
but
bro.
I do my best to help with everything
All right,
else.
my man Kevin, he says, how do you catch the bottom of the head and shoulders, Boyan? How is this possible, man?
Well, this it's all about, I guess, seeing this over and over again. It was really taking the liquidity into a high volume node, and again, a daily open there, a special of mine, so to speak. I haven't seen anyone else looking at this. And as I said, I've been this was the chart, or this was the line on the chart since the 15th.
The secret Boyan level, everybody. It's crazy. It's crazy. Man, I'm choking to death over here on this water that I've got in this mason jar. You know? So, good old well water from a mason jar. That's how we do it out here on the homestead.
Yeah.
I pump this water by hand.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Nice. That's a fresh, cold water.
Fresh, cold, straight from the earth, baby.
Nice.
That's what I like. So is Boyan 618's boyfriend? Boyan,
No.
He of course you're gonna deny it, bro. You know it would ruin our friendship if you came out and told the truth about you and 618.
Yeah. We have to keep it a secret.
Yeah, so don't tell me, bro. Don't tell me. All right, so people want to know if you're long. Yes, Boyan is long. People want to know if you're ever going to have a trading course. Maybe, right?
Yeah, I'm actually working on a futures trading course. Really has nothing to do with Bitcoin. But I've been working on a futures course for some time now. That's like that's all the partnerships we have with EdgeClear, with Apex, Quant Tower. That's pretty much a part of the course and the reason why we're doing it. And yeah, there will be a course on it. Not really connected to Bitcoin or crypto in any sense, but more on the future side, ES and all of that.
Yeah. So shout out to JTubeF. He says that you're her boyfriend, but he spells boy B-O-J. And shout out to Funkin' Smurf says 6 Juanita likes Boyan's bigger biceps. All right, okay, all right. How big are your biceps, bro? You know, this is.
Oh, I have not.
Yeah.
I haven't measured them, but I am
neither.
on a cut, so they are probably shrunken down from
It's all
all
good,
the cardio.
Yeah.
She loves me less a bit now with the little biceps.
Well, at least the abs are more cut.
Yeah, the abs are better looking, that's for sure.
For sure. All right. All right. Are we getting? I hope we're not getting Discord notifications through the stream. Are we, guys?
I'm not getting Discord notifications, so if you are getting them, I'm not sure. Maybe mute your Discord.
Yeah, I should. All right. So someone wants to know like what exchange to trade on Apex, to trade Bitcoin on Apex. You can only trade the yeah.
Yeah, you can trade the CME pair micro Bitcoin. So if you go on their website, let me actually show you guys. So you can go here, jasoncasper.com, go to deals, go to Apex, and then everything's on their website. They have a great FAQ. But if you scroll down here, you can see all of the instruments you can trade, and then here cryptocurrency, you can trade micro Bitcoin and micro Ethereum, and then you can see the tick size and point value of those contracts. But everything you can trade this on TradingView, you can trade it on NinjaTrader, you can trade it on Sierra, Quantower, EdgeProX, really any platform that has Rhythmic or TradingView.
Nice, man. That's some pretty cool stuff. And yeah. So let me see if we have any more questions for you in the chat. Shout out to caffeine injected. Shout out to Tink. Do you have any freestyle raps for us, Boyan? Are you a rapper?
Oh no, I'm terrible at rap. No.
Do you have any metal vocals? Yeah.
No, I listen to metal. But I don't really sing. I used to play the guitar a lot, but I've probably forgotten a lot of stuff.
Yeah, man, you don't use it, you lose it, baby. You don't use it, you lose it, baby.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know?
So
they used to call me the janitor because I would sweep like a dang janitor. But now I've lost all my janitorial skills.
You're not a good janitor anymore.
No. And also my wife hates it too because I don't sweep up after I make a mess in the kitchen.
Dang. That's why you have actually, no, that's not how it works. I was gonna say something.
That's why I have what?
Never mind.
What were you gonna say? Was it inappropriate?
No. I was gonna say like the new baby. You know how it walks across the floor. It sweeps everything. You don't need to sweep. It cleans everything.
Yeah, the good old baby. All right, Bitcoin pumping, yo. So Boyan, give us some insights, man. Okay, you're breaking it down right here. You're in the matrix. The order flow chart looking legit like the matrix right here. Okay, this is beyond.
Yeah, the order flow chart is looking good. This is a daily session profile, so you can see, and market profile as well. You can see that we have a nice buying tail. This is 70 ticks for all of you that want to know the ticks. 70 ticks on the TPO. You can see this is a really nice buying tail, although it's really close to the previous one. I would have preferred if it wasn't that close or it got taken out, but either way, if you're looking at the single day, it's a really nice buying tail. And so far you can see all the positive delta up around the EQ. You can see all of this. So obviously the blue means buys, the red sells, and you can see all the market buys up there. So really it's a strong move up. I wouldn't look to fade it, at least not right now. You can see it even increasing, and you have a poor high. So you have a good low but a poor high. You have two blocks at the top. That's not a good high, and that usually means that you'll go higher.
Yeah,
And
let's go, baby.
Looking at the footprint in here, oops, let me do this. Looking at the footprint, you can see that there is a lot of longs opening, a lot of open interest increasing. 3.7 mil, 3 mil, 1.8, 1 mil, 2.1 mil. So there is, yeah, this is a good move up, strong with good longs, opening good amount of longs. I wouldn't really look to take a short now, but if we were to come back down and trap all of them, then I could consider a short. And then it would be like an SFP, but
Yeah.
right now it's a really good and strong healthy move until we kind of maybe do this and then come back inside, backtest that, and when we backtest that, all the longs close out, and that's shorts. The long, in order to close it, you have to sell it. It equals to a short, and then we can take a short and maybe take it down to the range low. But so far, it's really a good strong move to the upside. No reason for me at least to short it.
Nice, man. Yo, we got a super chat for Boyan,
Yo,
$4.99.
yo.
So I owe you, bro. I'll have to send you $4.99 in Tether. But we got a super chat from A Rod. He says, "What about Myro and Whiff? Myro and Whiff on the spot, baby, with some altcoin analysis. Myro and Whiff. All right, guys, make sure to smash the dang likes because Bitcoin is pumping into a resistance, and Boyan's about to tell us about Myro and Whiff. All right.
Which data has ByBit has a lot of data. With this is the dog with hat thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I have not been on the meme coin trend at all. So this is the first time actually I've been looking at this chart. You can see no TA. Let's check the volume.
You're about to get an exclusive technical analysis update from Boyan. Maybe this is the trade of the bull market that you're about to get on here.
The volume is not the best, by the way. The volume, at least on ByBit, is decreasing, as you can see. So that's not really bullish. But the chart obviously tells a different story. It is just consolidating near all-time highs. That is resistance around 3.7. That's why you have already rejected once there. Oh wow, that could have been a nice short. Maybe we should trade this instead of Bitcoin. Look at that, an SFP of the previous high into golden pocket and a POC. That's nice. But overall you are in a range, right? So I would just apply range rules, which are short range high, long range low. Simple as that. So you are in the short area, just so to speak, looking at this on a higher time frame, on the daily, of course, not really zooming in too much. But I wouldn't necessarily long up here. I haven't really zoomed in, but yeah, I wouldn't long up here. This is either short or no trade zone right now. And potentially, if you have a pullback down to that $3 area, again, psychological $3, a lot of people might buy. I would potentially look a long trade from that 2.93 and then look for those range highs again at 3.4. That would be a trade I am willing to entertain. And then for a short, you could say, let me just see the volume here. Yeah, look at that. This disrespects the volume.
Yeah,
This
it really
could
does.
be the 3.8 area. You can see it's a high volume node. If you want to short or hedge, this would be an area to do it. Do you have like a daily or a weekly in there? No, you have this. Okay, this would be a short area for me. Let me clean this up a bit. This is a weekly open, not a daily open, but similar to the Bitcoin trade, right? So that's a potential short at the range highs. I wouldn't like really hold it until 0, but potential like a backtest of the range. So on whiff, is if that's how you say it, if we have a pullback down to the $3, potentially look for a long with the local trend, which is higher highs and higher lows, and then look to take it up to that. Of course, take profit along the way before the highs, but look to take it up to that weekly open, and then I would entertain a short down to that $3 again. And that's that's locally what I would do for WIF.
Nice, bro. So I have a question in here. Somebody wants to look at ETH Bitcoin. I'm going to take a quick look at ETH Bitcoin because I do think that ETH Bitcoin is at a pretty interesting area. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it, bro, but I'm going to take a quick look at it because...
Yeah, I actually did look at ETH BTC the other day when ETH pumped.
Yeah, because look, I mean, I don't know, you probably can't see, I don't know if you can see my screen, but a little delayed. You know, what I'm seeing on ETH Bitcoin right now is we got a giant cup and handle. All right, we got a Sammy cup and handy right here, and we just got a bullish div, uneven butt cheek pattern printing on the weekly time frame right here. So we got the cheeks nice and juice, chilling on the weekly time frame. This is a rare signal. This is rare. Man, look at that. And we have gotten a very bullish engulfing candle, like extremely bullish engulfing on the weekly so far. It hasn't closed yet, but it looks good. And yeah, if we break out of this falling wedge, we could see a move back up to those highs, which is gonna be like a 68% gain on Ethereum against Bitcoin. I don't know if that's gonna happen, because, you know, who knows? I don't know. I don't know much about Vitalik Buterin besides when I have a headache, sometimes I pop a few Vitalik Buterins, and it does help with the headache. But what are you thinking? Are you bullish on this? Because honestly, you know, it's getting me pretty giddy, man. So what do you think?
I think this could have a really nice bull run, and we've seen like after BTC does an all-time high and then a couple of new all-time highs, it kind of stalls a bit, and then that's where all ETH gets going and then all the other alts get going. So I see this
as historical, you know?
Yeah, I see this as a massive, like it could be like a bump and run, right, where you have potential reclaim of that, and then backtest, and then you just run. Because on this chart there is a lot of liquidity here. Usually when you have that, you just take everybody out in like a weekly candle or a monthly candle. I could see that happening 100% for it. Like here you see that you see that pump on like what percentage is that? It's like 38%. I wouldn't be surprised if you get another 38% candle against Bitcoin, keep in mind. So Bitcoin either needs to stay sideways or go down, and Ethereum to go up for this to happen. And it's not out of the realm of possibilities. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a massive green candle and take all of this liquidity above us, and then we see what happens. This is still it would be still in this massive range. I wouldn't necessarily buy for the breakout, but if you're looking for like to transferring ETH or transferring BTC into ETH, this could be a good time. If you're looking at this as a whole range, right? This is still the range lows. So let's say this monthly close inside, backtest, this is your buy or convert from BTC into ETH, and then you look to where? To the value area high or the top of the range. So yeah, it's an interesting time for Ethereum and all the altcoins. I think it's maybe Bitcoin does another all-time high and then pulls back and then continues to chop in this range that we are. So maybe something like this, comes back down, and then chop, and then on that note, this can do that, chop here, and then go the opposite.
I was thinking the same. That's where you get the strength. We need Bitcoin to make another high and then chop, you know?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
man, looking pretty dang good. The Bitcoin Ethereum. Shout out to Cryptoholic Love 35, who says, "Really, all 1,200 watchers and only 500 likes? Smash up the dang like button. Make sure to smash up the dang like button for Buoyant here. All right, sharing the juice for free.
I'm not hopping on live for 500 likes. I need to do better."
Yeah, Boyan doesn't go live for 500 likes. This is a trade.
What's
He's a
this?
veteran trader, an 80-year-old
Rookie
Chinese man.
numbers.
Yeah. All right. All right, bro. So, do you have anything else to share with the fine lady and gentlemen that are out in the chat here?
I think that's pretty much it. Like we covered Bitcoin, we covered a meme coin, and then ETH BTC. That's my general outlook on the market. Remember, we are at resistance. I wouldn't necessarily buy a Bitcoin spot here. There's still resistance. I would actually do the opposite. I would look to hedge. So don't get too bullish. Get overly bullish. I know Twitter can make you FOMO sometimes, but delete Twitter. Get off of Twitter. Focus on the charts, and you'll be good.
Yeah, man. Can you give me a little bit of last hopium here, because I am in a long and we are like kind of struggling here just below the 618. You know, I have $17,000 of unrealized profits here. Do you think I should? I've already realized 12K, but should I realize more? Like, I need some financial advice, Boyan. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, give me a signal.
Okay, for the non-financial advice.
It's right. I forgot. This is not financial advice. All right, Boyan also has a Pikachu hat and a plunger.
I would actually, look to take a hedge short instead of taking profit. That's basically the position I'm in. I have a lot of unrealized profit. I have not taken at all profit. So instead of taking profit, I'm more willing to take a short in here. And then if I get stopped, it'll be a take profit for the long. If this goes down, I make money on the short. That's how I would do it.
Nice, man. All right, Christopher Huffman is a trans bull. That means depending on what color the candle is, he changes his bias. I've been there before as well. All right.
Nice.
All right, Kevin shooting for the golden pocket. And yeah. All right, man. Boyan, I appreciate you popping on, bro.
All right, awesome. Thanks for having me. Hope you enjoyed. And yeah, I'll leave you with or I'll leave you to sing the songs that you did before I came on.
Okay, yeah. Well, we're all about singing music here, you know.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Have a good one, guys. Bye.
All right. Peace, bro. All right. Now that Boyan's gone, guys, it's back to. Well, I have no confidence left in anything. No confidence left because Boyan's the one that gives all the answers, right? All right. Let's pop back over to. All right. I get a little bit nervous. I get a little bit scared. All right. What is going to happen? We got a little bit of a purple candle. You guys bullish or bearish in the chat? Let me know. Make sure to smash up the likes, guys. Bullish or bearish in the chat? Let me know. Let me know. Take the profits, says somebody. I don't know. What about the red dot printing on the monthly chart, Anna? We've discussed the red dot printing on the monthly. I feel like based on just the overall outlook of the market, that I think we can still come higher. Look, in 2 hours, in an hour and a half, I should say, then Jerome Powell is going to release. Well, not Jerome Powell, but the Fed is going to release some news here, and we're going to find out like what's going to happen with Bitcoin. Now, keep in mind, this is a very massive swing trade here, so it's not like I'm long from those lows. But I would like to see, like, even if we get some volatility here, I would like to see 69K hold, right? If we do something like this is kind of what I would be hoping for. You know, this is kind of what I'm hoping for. Alrighty. Shout out, we got a lot of people in the chat right now. We got about 1,300 guys. Make sure to smash up the likes. All right, so IXOS is more bullish than bearish right now. Liquidity grab at 71.5. 71.5? Oh, I see what you're saying there. Right into the 786. Right into the 786. Fear and greed is an extreme greed. That's not good. Shout out to Data PhD. Shout out to Knowing His Power. Possible up to 72K today. Look at the 4 hour. That's what I'm thinking, Knowing His Power. And when we get this news coming out in an hour and a half, I'm looking for a big move, you know? I'm looking for a big move. No one ever went broke taking profits. Yeah, that's true. But, you know, look, I'm already in 12K. I've already made 12K, so I feel like I can get a little bit greedy here. Are you on a treadmill right now? If so, keep up the grind. Of course I'm on a treadmill, Crispy Dev. That's how I roll, man. On the treadmill every single day. Market Cipher B looking bullish. Shout out to Leo V. He's shorting. Alright. If that's your thing, man. If that's your thing. We got bear divs on the 3, 6, and 12. Yeah, I know. I know. So we might get another push up to this golden pocket. Let's check out our Market Cipher B. Let's just get ourselves reoriented here. Oof. Yeah, bear div printing on the 12 right now. And we're losing our key level. Oof. Oh. Oh no. You guys see this? So we have our key level of resistance here. It's a CDW. This is what Boyan was actually looking at, the short. We got a printing bearish divergence. Let's check out the order flow chart. And all right, so we actually do have a few longs trapped in here too. Dang it, Bitcoin. You know, things are looking really healthy, but now they're looking a little bit strange. All right, but honestly, if you ask me what I think is going to happen, the truth is, guys, it depends. We've got ourselves our news coming up in about an hour and a half, and we are going to see if our man JP is dovish or hawkish, and I'm hoping he's dovish. I hope he says things look great because we're so amazing. We just love the work that we've been doing, lowering inflation, and I think everything looks wonderful. We're going to get it down to 2% in the next week. That's what I hope our man says. And obviously, nothing he says is the truth, so it doesn't matter. But what he says does tend to affect the markets. All right. Man, I'm getting nervous. Dump before speech, then pump. That's what I'm kind of hoping for, man. That's what I'm hoping for. Why doesn't the DXY have a fear and greed index? I know, right? Shout out to Divine Hood. He says, Jay, we're already rejecting from the 0.65 of a smaller golden pocket. Oh, no! Dang it, Bitcoin. Come on, Bitcoin. Hold in here. Hang in here, Bitcoin. I'm a little bit nervous. Yo, I feel the heat when the market's in a slump. Got my heart racing fast. Is Bitcoin gonna dump? I don't know. Hopefully I'm not a chump. If we get a purple candle, then your boy's about to jump. Here we go. People getting wrecked live. All I can think about, am I going to survive? Hopefully, I go out and take a drive in Carl's Maserati. That's how we stay fly. Here we go, hear the freight train roar. Got the Bitcoin price rolling, going straight through the front door. Now we're coming down below the support. Hopefully the people along the top, they don't get hurt, because if we come down, then the longs will get trapped. Coming to support, what about that? Got the purple candles, hopefully they turn blue when I'm walking on the treadmill in my new shoes. Yeah, got a question mark on the chart. Technical analysis looking like a work of art. Got the long position straight from the bottom. Now we're at the top. Can you even spot them? Yeah. All right. Shout out to Boyan in the chat again. Boyan, I need some help, man, because people get me bearish. We got the question mark pattern, all right? We got the question mark pattern. And we rejected from a falling wedge, says somebody. AZTV says, keep shorting more fuel. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Why do I keep saying Maserati? 007, what do you mean? What do you mean Maserati? Yeah. What do you mean Maserati? Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. It's Jay and Carl. We're driving in the Maserati. I say, Carl, hey, pull over, cause I have to go potty. Then he comes and the price starts to pop. I sit on the toilet and you hear it go kerplop. That's right, the Bitcoin price is taking a dump. Came up to resistance, now we're in such a slump. Hopefully the Bitcoin price don't think I'm a chump. Hopefully we keep pumping and we do not dump. Yeah, so embrace the fear with all your might. Look at the chart, you can see it's a scary sight. We're on a journey, but we must hold on tight. If we get through together, then we will see the light. People say Carl has a Bugatti. I say, man, be quiet, it's a Maserati. I drove to McDonald's with him one time. He said, Jason Casper, we will wait in line. Then we'll order a nice Big Mac meal. Sit back, my friend, tell me, how do you feel? I say, Carl, I don't really eat processed food, but if I'm with you, then I get in the mood to take a bite. Oh, the beat ended. Well, that's awkward. That's awkward. All right, well, that's awkward, okay. Look at the 12-minute, says Leo. All right, let's look at the 12-minute. All right, let's look at the 12-minute. Ah! Uh-oh. Boyan, help! Boyan! What do you think, bro? This is the short setup that Boyan was looking for. He wants to hedge here instead of taking profits. All right? Look, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is here, guys. I mean, look, to be totally honest, I'm gonna look, it looks really bad, okay? It looks bad, it looks scary. The Bitcoin price is looking a bit hairy. All right, we got Janet Yellen with a laundry basket on her head, bearish divergences on the face, toned midsection, 6-second abs as seen on TV, triple chin, bearish lip pattern, price is getting higher, Janet Yellen's lips are getting lower. But here's the thing. In approximately an hour and a half, we have news, FOMC minutes, baby. FOMC minutes. Major shout out to all the sponsors of our channel. Shout out to MEXC, best deal on fees in the game. 0% limit order, 0.01% market order fees, plus up to 1,500 altcoins. This is my go-to exchange for trading. All right, we are down $1,000 right now. Also, shout out to ZOOMEX, other exchange I trade on. Shout out to Apex, trader funding, funded trader program. Link in the description. Great opportunity. Also, major shout out to Cipher, major shout out to BingX, and a major shout out to the Casper crew. JasonCasperTrading.com to join the Discord where you can get access to live streams, multiple live streams a day with our instructors like Boyan, who was just on here giving the juice, White Phoenix, K-Pax, and myself. As the Bitcoin price is getting a bit more of a dump. All right. Shout out to Tom Crown in the chat. Guys, make sure to subscribe to Tom Crown. Tom Crown. You want to pop in, bro, and tell us what you think? You want to pop in, bro, and tell us what you think? Guys, if you're not subscribed to Tom Crown, you're doing yourself a disservice. Go subscribe to Tom Crown. One of the best trading channels in the entire YouTube space. Is there still hope for ETH? We could take a quick look at ETH. All right. Who's Tom Crown? You don't know who Tom Crown is? Man, Tom Crown. Here, let's find his YouTube channel here. This is Tom Crown. All right, rain check. All right, we got a rain check. All right, Tom Crown can't pop in. All right, it's all good, guys. Make sure to subscribe to Tom Crown. All right, look at this content, right? Market maker secrets exposed. Who wouldn't want to learn this?
Tired of losing trades. Every single time.
Look at this quality.
Get hit just to
look at the quality. I mean, seriously, look at the quality of his content. It's absolutely amazing. I can't get over it, Tom Crown. Someday I will be like you, all right? Someday I will be like you. Someday I will be like Tom Crown. Be that professional. When is that day? I don't know. I don't know. Tom Crown is Six Juanita's boyfriend. Tom Crown, is this true? Are you dating my high school crush, Six Juanita? Tom Crown, if it's true, please don't tell me, bro. Please don't tell me, man. It would break my heart, you know? I don't know if I would be able to take it. I don't know if I'd be able to take it. Eric Crown is the legend. Shout out to Eric Crown. Shout out to Tom Crown. Shout out to all the Crowns. All right. All right, Quicker says Tom Crown's trading playlist is a must. Shout out to... Oh, River and Toys. Who's Eric Crown, not who's Tom Crown. All right, who's Eric Crown? Oh, wait. No, he did say who's Tom Crown. Who's Eric Crown? He's another crown. Just another crown. Shout out to Tom Crown. All right. Shout out to Aaron G. Shout out to Aaron G. What's good, my man? We're just chilling. We're just chilling. We're waiting for... Tom loves Gina. Yeah. We're waiting for this news, I guess. I don't know. We're waiting for something to happen here with the Bitcoin price at 2 o'clock. In about an hour and 15 minutes, Bitcoin is going to pump to a new all-time high, I think. I don't know. We might not pump. We might dump. I don't know. All right, I don't know. But I'm hoping for a volatile move right now. I'm hoping for a volatile move. All right. What do I think about people/Tether? People/Tether? We could check. Shout out to Trader Geo. He says Tom Crown needs to be the voice actor for Optimus Prime. I think that's a joke, but it went right over my head because I don't know what Optimus Prime is. I should, right? But I'm that much of a loser. I don't even know what Optimus Prime is. What's the website with all the dates, Gaz? It's forexfactory.com. Forexfactory.com. I've opened a short until 67K. Am I right or wrong? So, Mohammed, I think you could be right, bro. Because look, if we're gonna lose 69K, we will most likely go to 67K. All right, if we're gonna lose 69K, we will most likely go to 67K. Yeah, so it's a valid idea, but here's the thing about valid ideas. That doesn't mean they're going to be winning trades. It just means they are a valid idea. So we got to use good risk management. You know, shout out to Tom Crown. All right. So we're holding though. We're holding like we're not dumping too crazy. We're not dumping too crazy. So we want to look at people/tether. People/tether. Wow, she's pumping like a wild lady. Like a Janet Yellen. Wow. All right, so I'll be honest with you. Based on what I see on this weekly time frame for people/tether, it looks pretty bullish to me. I'll be honest with you. It looks bullish to me. It looks really bullish to me. It looks really, really bullish. Why does it look bullish? Money flow crossing into the blue. This is a signal of massive pumpage to come. All right? Signal of massive pumpage to come. We formed a range. We took the lows of the range. CDW patterned. And now money flow is crossing into the blue. Man, I'll tell you what. That's not bearish. That's certainly not bearish, all right? So, what does this mean? Well, I mean, we have a few options here. Either you could FOMO in, you know, or we could wait for some kind of support resistance flip, right? Like a breakout and a retest of this. Or we could say, you know, we took the lows, now let's take the highs and get a retracement, and then we would look to do something like this. We pull the volume, bam, and we would look honestly. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. We could look for something like this where we do get a fake out, all right, and then we come back in to retest this zone and then continue on. You know, a few different ways to look at it. But overall, it looks pretty dang bullish. Bullish. All right. Shout out to Senator Elizabeth Warren in the chat. She says, we gonna dump. You boys better jump. We got Elizabeth Warren, anti-Bitcoin Pocahontas. Shout out to Elizabeth Warren, super chat $1.99 from Senator Elizabeth Warren, anti-Bitcoin Pocahontas, who says, we gonna dump. You boys better jump. All right. Am I planning to close my trade on 74K? Yes, I'm planning to take some profits at 74K. I'm planning to take some profits at the high. What about width? We just had a guest come on the channel. If you rewind a little bit back, we just had a guest come on the channel and go over width. All right, can we check out Bonk? Yeah, we could check out Bonk. Let's check out some Bonk. Bonk/Tether. Bonk/Tether. Let's all get together and do some analysis on Bonk, all right? Alrighty. Well, here we go on Bonk. Man, what can I say besides this? This is obviously key support. We had a very, very deep deviation, but now we're back above it, making higher highs and higher lows. So the trend is your friend right now. We've just broken out of this resistance here. So we had a pretty key area of resistance that we've broken out of right now. So what can I say about Bonk? I'll tell you what I can say about it. I would like to see, and I don't know if we're going to get it, man. I don't know if we're going to get it, man. But what I would love to see, just an obvious trade setup, is this. Drop to the white line, pump. Grab the liquidity, and then pump. Support resistance flip, and then pump. Right, we pull our fib, low to high. Oh man, I mean, it's just too juicy, baby. I mean, that would be nice, right? But look, you could even pull a fib from this more local retest if you want to get super Fibonacci. But yeah, it looks like the trend will continue. This is a nice move that I see here. I would love to get a drop back down to 2920 zone, the 2920 zone. Support resistance flip. That's what I would like. If I was going to be looking for a trade on this, like we've just taken the liquidity of the highs here. So you might look at this also as an ascending triangular, like this. Uh-oh. Yeah, so if we get the dip back down, that's what I would like to see. What about PB coin? What's happening at 2 p.m. that we missed? There's just some news coming out, some news about whether the Fed's hawkish or dovish on the economy, and we're hoping for some volatility. Yeah, we can check out Pepe coin. Hang on, let me just make sure this is... All right, so PP coin bouncing from our level that we gave back on April 24th. All right, this is the level that we were looking for the bounce from on April 24th. And would you look at that? Okay, so now let's take a look at Pepe coin. So I don't really like this ascending channel. Let's take a look at it. I mean, these channels, they're bullish until they're not, right? So I mean, roughly we've got something like this, right? Let's go ahead and pull the volume here. Let's pull some fibs here. So this is breaking out of the channel right now and actually coming back to back test it. So if you're feeling super dang bullish, all right, you could say, all right, we've gotten a bounce from the back test of the channel. Therefore, I'm going to just shoot into price discovery mode. You know, let's take a look at our market cipher B on the daily. Daily has more upside room, 4 hour. Looks like if we get another green dot in the 4 hour, we could get another move to the upside. The 1 hour is also looking like she's giving us a bottom here. So this is not my ideal way to like trade, but you could say that, you know, maybe we have a nice bottom with this back test of the channel. I would rather wait for a better setup, but this is one idea that's not invalid idea, right? We have a support resistance flip, breakout, retest. What I would prefer to see, considering the bearish divs on the 4 hour, is a move down to the high volume node of this range here, around the golden pocket, because this will do two things for us, which will give us a very nice entry. Number one, it's a support resistance flip, right? Number two, it will allow the bearish divergences to play out, but it will also allow us to maintain bullish market structure. And number three, it will allow us to take the liquidity from this channel and wreck all these people. So there's liquidity here, there's support resistance flip here. And last of all, the reason I like this level is because the 4 hour will then be giving us a very nice looking bullish divergence, right? The uneven butt cheek pattern right here, right? Gonna extrapolate the cheeks into the chart. we could potentially see. Extrapolate the cheeks into the chart. Something nice like that, you know? So that's how I feel about Pepe. Is that Pepe? No, that's Bonk. That's Bonk, right? Yeah, Bonk. No, this is Pepe. This is Pepe coin. Okay, sorry, I get confused with my altcoins. All right, Bitcoin holding fast. All right. How do you keep track of the funding fee? I don't. I just don't keep track of it. Shout out to Bakir, always asking the question, is masturbation a sin? Just, you know, watch the video, man. Watch the video. Watch the video. There's a whole video on that. Not my video. All right. Shout out to my man Chip Chocolate. Chip Chocolate! I need some signals, bro. I need some financial advice. I had Boyan pop in. Alright. Are you still bullish? Because I'm feeling bullish, but I know we're at local resistance. We rejected from the 886. Alright, will I give my thoughts on ETH coin? Yeah, let's give the thoughts on ETH, alright? Let's give the thoughts on ETH coin. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, ETH has been pumping like a wild, crazy woman. You know what I'm saying? She has been pumping like you guys know the woman I'm talking about. Good old Janet Yellen with the laundry basket on the head, running through the jungle. Let's take a quick look at ETH. Look at this move on ETH, guys. This is basically this week, right? ETH has had a massive move to the upside. And what ETH, we were mentioning before when we were back down here last week, actually, we were talking about how we want ETH to take the lows, but if she doesn't take the lows, a riskier approach is to long here. But it's not something I like to do. I really would like to take those lows, but now we've obviously broken out. And we have a very similar situation right now with ETH that we have with Bitcoin. All right, we have a very similar situation now with ETH that we have for Bitcoin. Now, keep in mind, ETH has never even hit its all-time high yet, unlike the Bitcoin. But, man, we have a very similar situation with ETH that we had to Bitcoin, which was, we had these range lows, I guess you could say, around this area. Let's go ahead and get a trend line on the chart. We had these lows at around this area right here, and we lost them. Now we've reclaimed them with a massively bullish engulfing candle. This is the daily, so Monday's candle insanely bullish. We're actually holding above this area of liquidity right here, which is also quite bullish for ETH, right? You can see we broke out, and now this daily candle is retesting that level to show indeed we do want to hold that support. So here's how I'm viewing this. All right, very similar to Bitcoin. It is looking bullish, but it would be very nice if we could maybe take out some of these lows again. But ETH doesn't like to do that. But for me, these are just the best trade setups when we take those lows, But overall, I'd say that ETH is looking like she has more room to the upside. The daily looks like she could get more upside. The 4-day looks like absolutely. The 4-day for ETH is looking extremely bullish. And you know what? In conjunction with this, with the ETH Bitcoin chart, it is very interesting because, look at what has just happened on the ETH Bitcoin chart. Bullish div on market Cipher B, multiple drive, bullish engulfing candle, insane candle. I guess it's not really bullish engulfing because we had a little blue candle before that. But if we go to the 2-week, oh wait, this is the 4-day. Yeah, the week. Okay, bullish engulfing candle on the week. We still have a few days left, but the overall context of this right now is quite bullish. So, man, ETH is looking like she's gearing up for a massive pump. And I'm a little upset that we never took those lows initially. I'm not really upset, actually, at all. But I would have liked to have taken those lows because, yeah, we could have gotten into a really nice potential trade right there. We could have gotten into a really nice potential trade. But when we combine the ETH Bitcoin chart with the ETH regular chart, It's looking pretty bullish. Look at the 4-day, man. Look at the 4-day on ETH right now. Sheesh. Sheesh, man. This is not bearish. This is so dang bullish. Look at the VWAP. VWAP is higher right now. The yellow oscillator is higher right now than it was back here. And we have a deep momentum wave under the 0 line. Very nice looking candle. I can't say that I'm bearish at all. You know what I'm saying? You know, I can't say. I can't say. All right. All right, guys, I'm gonna be right back because I have to take a pee. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta pee right now. You know, when I was in 1st grade, I used to ask the teacher. We used to ask, "Can I go to the bathroom?" And she didn't want us to go. She would ask, "Is the pee coming out?" And if we said yes, then she would let us go. So, guys, the pee is coming out. All right, I'll be right back. All right, stay tuned. Watch the chart for me. Don't let me get liquidated. All right, well, we're back, baby. All right, let's see who we got in the chat right now. Shout out to our super chat, David Ben Hamo. He says Bitcoin has an 80% setup. Is that true? Bitcoin has an 80% setup today? Let's give that a quick check, man. Does Bitcoin have an 80% setup today? Yeah. It does. It does. It does. Yeah, it does. Wow. Yeah, just barely. That daily open was just barely below the value area low of yesterday. Yeah, let's see if we get that, man. That's what's up. All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. What do I think about the ETF? ETH ETF approval? I don't know. I have no thoughts on it. I have no thoughts. Shout out to Dem Azj, who says, do TIA and AR, please. Is it called AR or is it called PLZ? Shout out to Follow Baba. He says, I thought my P came out, but it turns out it was only trend. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, Chip Chocolate. Shout out to Chip Chocolate. He says, still bullish. Higher price action coming, but currently we're sitting on resistance. Either we get a small pullback to 67 and find support, or we continue and break 71 and fly. Anything below 67 is alarming. Yep. That's our POC, baby. So, yeah, that is our POC, baby. What's an 80% setup? An 80% setup is when if the daily open, let's say that, you know, yesterday's value area, if we're looking at volume profile charts, you know, we have yesterday's volume profile right here. And this is our value area high. This is our value area low. And then the daily candle the next day opens below yesterday's value area low. If we can get two 30-minute candles to hold above yesterday's value area low, they say there's an 80% chance we come up to yesterday's value area high. But I don't know if it's actually 80%. It's like a Forex thing. I don't know actually how it works for Bitcoin, to be honest with you. I've never actually back tested it and gathered stats for myself. You know, I never have done that. All right, so we got to take a look at all right, it's money sign AR. We got to take a look at money sign AR. Money sign AR. Is it an altcoin? All right, so if this is the right thing, all I have to say is the money flow on the weekly does look nice. We've broken out. I mean, ideally, I would love to see it drop on this thing just to backtest that. That's a 60% drop, though. That's massive. Yeah, I mean, okay, so we bounced from the golden pocket. I don't really see a setup right now, to be honest with you. The only thing I would see, I mean, we've taken the highs. The only thing I would be interested in locally, I guess, would be a move back down to like the middle of the range, something like this. But yeah, it doesn't look bearish, but yeah, maybe a move back down to like 33, 34, and then shoot for the highs. That's how I would. That's a long setup I would be potentially interested in right now. All right, Bitcoin's dumping a little bit here. Uh-oh, Boyan is short, guys. Boyan is short. All right, Boyan's short. All right. Well, I guess it is what it is, man. Boyan is short. Boyan is short. All right, all right. Well, thank you guys for not letting me get liquidated. Bears are going to be screwed above 71.2. All right, guys. Well, I really want to stay and stream until this whole FOMC thing happens, guys. I do, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that. I don't think so. I just got some unfortunate news that I might be needed elsewhere. Crap, man. Let me think. Shout out to Pele Photography, who is tall and not short. Shout out to Tushar Rawat, who says shorts will get wrecked. Do I open my trade with 45x? Yeah, always. Yep, I do. Yep. All right, Divine Hood took the scalp from that golden pocket. That's what's up, man. You know, I was hoping for a little bit higher. But no. Bitcoin losing the zone. And, yeah. Well, dang it, Bitcoin. Am I going to watch the NVIDIA report today? Nah, I'm not. Nah, I'm not. Open a new stream when the speech is on. Maybe I would. VWAP TP for most of it. Shout out to Divine Hood. Yeah, I know. I don't want to go. But I might have to head out in like a few minutes. I'm gonna see if I can make some kind of arrangements here, guys. All right, bear with me. Dang it, Bobby. What's the TP for my long? I'm looking for another high on Bitcoin. I'll be honest. I'm looking for another high on Bitcoin. Just leave the stream on. That would be wild. Yeah, so Hamza says, check out the 3-day time frame bull flag execution in play. Might retest the top of the bull flag around 66.5. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with that view. Absolutely, I think it looks great. I mean, so here's the deal. Here's how I'm looking at it. Not only on the 3-day, but on all these higher term time frames, it's kind of looking the same. We have right now. This is really what we're looking at here, guys. So obviously we want to hold 69K because it's the value area high. But if we do drop down and we do start to form some kind of range like this, yeah, 67-ish zone, this is where we want to hold. This is the support resistance flip. It's a high volume node. It's a golden pocket. So yeah, that's what we would want to hold. Shout out to Aaron G, telling everyone to smash the likes. Alrighty. Man, I do want to stick around. Can I elaborate why I lean against tattoos for biblical reasons? I can't really elaborate on that, Dave Digital. You know, I can't give you a reason. All right. It's more of a personal decision for me that I don't want to get any more tattoos. You could make a biblical case against tattoos. You could definitely make a biblical case against certain types of tattoos, right? If you're doing it to remember the dead specifically, that's really the prohibition, right? Marking your body to remember the dead. So, you know, if so there's room in there to say some tattoos are fine. So it's just really a personal decision of mine. I don't really want to get more tattoos. I'd rather just not, you know. But look, I can't argue for or against it because I could see both sides of the argument. Let's put it that way. Andrew M says Jesus has a tattoo in Revelation. Maybe it's written on his thigh. Maybe it's washable marker. Doesn't say it's a tattoo. You know? Hurricane says, I feel like people who have tattoos are followers. Yeah, you know, it's so interesting how back in like the 90s, if you had tattoos like this, you were like different. Nowadays, if you have tattoos like this, you're just normal. It's just normal to have a tattoo. You know? Yes, my crypto goods, pork is prohibited in the Bible, yes. Yes, it is. No Limits Cushmaster, do I think it was a planned taking out of the leader? You know, it wouldn't surprise me. I haven't done any kind of looking into it, but as soon as I heard it, the news, I thought to myself, oh no. This is someone did this and they're gonna use it to do something else, and it's just not good. But I don't know, man. Surprise me. Nothing would surprise me. You know? Abel O says tattoos are not fine, and you know that. Well, Abel O, you know, look. The reason why I say that I cannot make an argument for or against is because if I'm going to be objectively honest with what it actually says in the Bible, it says you're not supposed to do this to remember the dead, right? Don't make any cuttings on your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord. So I can't say that if my son came to me when he was older and he said, Papa Jason, I want to get a tattoo, I would say, well, do you think that's an okay thing to do? And if he could say, well, look, I'm not doing it for the dead, I don't have any biblical scripture that I could point to and say this is 100% certainly wrong. All right, I could tell him it could be, you know, I don't think it's the best thing, you know. God didn't make you to have tattoos on you. But I wouldn't be able to come and say this is 100% wrong and here's the scripture to prove it. So I am not willing to argue for or against it, right? I'm only willing to argue for or against things that I can case close 100% show. I'm talking about religious things here, all right? Talking about biblical things. I'm only willing to argue about things that I can show 100% are the case. Otherwise, it's not worth my time to fight or have an opinion and disagree with other people, other believers about the issue, right? That's my viewpoint. Yeah, so ink is made of toxic heavy metals. Some people say that the ink companies are like owned by, you know, people like Satanists. I don't know, right? I don't know. Yeah, I've heard that the ink is toxic. Wouldn't surprise me if this ink is toxic, you know? Yeah, the ink could be poisonous. Down with corn syrup, says Lazarus Hand. All right, we're getting a little bit more of a pump here on Bitcoin. Now we're ripping, baby. Ways of the Jedi. Yeah, I would disagree with your interpretation of that. I would disagree. But, you know, I respect that view, but I would hold to a different view on the dietary laws. Let's see. What do I think about SHIB? Well, let's check out SHIB, because I actually hold a lot of SHIB on spot. Okay, so this was my overall plan for SHIB, all right? My overall plan for SHIB. I still think that this is a nice support zone. This is still my plan for SHIB, honestly. Coming down into this zone, looking for a bounce from the support resistance flip, the golden pocket, the 786, with a move up to the next golden pocket. Right now, this to me looks like we have a lot of liquidity to the upside to take. And things are looking like they're ticking to the upside here on good old MCB. We don't have any hidden bullish divs, but I do hold a lot of SHIB on spot, and my next major target is going to be this golden pocket back up at these highs. This introverted head and shoulder says, have we hit our target? I think we already hit our target. So for me, no, we hit our target. Yeah, we hit our target. So for me, really, this is a major zone for me to be like buying the dip in. And even if we keep on dipping, I'm still pretty confident that we're going to see another major SHIB pump. Just this price consolidation here does not look toppy to me at all. It does not look toppy to me at all. It looks like, if anything, it's going to maybe, you know, get another breakout. That's how that looks to me. All right. But yeah, I do hold a lot of SHIB. I was hoping to come up to that golden pocket, to be honest with you. Yeah, Wage of the Jedi. I understand your interpretation of Genesis 9:3-6. I do fully understand the interpretation. I hold to a different view, and that's okay. Yeah. You can link ByBit with TradingView. That's very interesting. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's good to know. I mean, look, I'm probably never going to link any exchange with TradingView just because VPNs and all this kind of stuff, I'd rather just not, you know? All right, let's see how Bitcoin's doing here. We're kind of holding a little bit. We're holding a little bit. We got a little debate going on here against whether or not we should eat pork as believers in Jesus in the chat. Do I think the rapture is soon? You know, look, I don't know. I don't know. So my personal view on the rapture, if anybody doesn't know what the rapture is, in Christian and Jewish kind of theology, there's a point in time where the Lord returns and gathers his people to himself. And we see this throughout all of the Bible, from the beginning to the end of it. And everyone pretty much agrees that this is going to happen, but people don't know when. And there's different views on when this happens if you study end times prophecy. And my personal view is that I am I'm pre-millennial. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And I tend to lean toward a post-tribulation rapture. All right. I'm not married to this view. But that is my personal view. All right. I believe in a future millennium. I believe in a literal messianic. Jesus is on the earth. He's king, and he's ruling the earth for a period of time that's future. And but I believe that the gathering together of God's people will happen after the tribulation, and that's what I believe. So I don't know. I don't know when it's gonna happen. All right. Just like the Bitcoin price action, when it comes to eschatology, I hold to my views with an open hand. There's gonna come a time when we will all know exactly how things played out, because it'll be in hindsight. But for right now, we just can't know for certain, right? There's so many end times views. It's very interesting to study all the different views that people have about eschatology within the faith. I mean, you've got post-trib, post-millennial views, where people believe that, the millennium happens and then Jesus comes back. You have like the amillennial, where the millennium is, there's a wide range of what people believe within the amillennial camp. You got a lot of different views out there, man. Render says, it's wild to me that people debate a book that was written by people. How the heck do we know what was written and why and when and by whom? Well, we actually do know quite a bit about who and why and when. But, for me, the biggest reason why I take Bible prophecy seriously is because the Bible is the only book that makes accurate, precise predictions about future events, and they come to pass exactly as predicted. See, here's like a little misconception about the Bible. People think like the Bible is this book. They think it's a book. The Bible is made up of many, many different books that were written, some people would argue, over the course of the last 5,000 years. Right? I mean, we don't exactly know who wrote the first few books of Genesis, but they could be very, very old. And so you can have a book that was written 3,000 years ago, make a prediction about something that was going to happen in the future, and now we have the vantage point of being able to look back and say, hey, this prophet gave this prophecy, and it happened exactly as he said it was going to happen, right? So this is specifically true when it comes to messianic prophecy about Jesus and his first coming, right? So there's so many prophecies that were fulfilled about Jesus that were given hundreds or even thousands of years before the birth of Jesus, that the probabilities of any person fulfilling all these prophecies is virtually impossible. We're talking about like, virtually impossible. Maybe I'll do a video about it someday, because I've taught on this many times. All right. So, but that's why I take biblical prophecy seriously, right? I mean, you take, for example, you take Jesus. It tells you his genealogy. It tells you the town he would be born in. It tells you many different aspects about his life, his death, his crucifixion, his resurrection, the fact that he would be God. All these types of things are written in advance, hundreds or thousands of years in advance. It says that he would be killed before the second temple is destroyed, all these things. You have prophecies about nations. I mean, you know what's so interesting, actually, about the book of Daniel, for example, the book of Daniel is so precise in its prediction of future events that a lot of people say it had to have been written after the fact. If you read Daniel 11, it's so precise in its prediction of how the nations are going to be at war with each other and different powers that come into play that people say it had to have been written after the fact. But we know it was written before the fact because we have manuscripts that date back to before the events took place. So that's why I take biblical prophecy seriously. Too much religion here. Says CK, man, this is the most religious crypto channel in the world. It's the most religious crypto channel in the world, baby. This is a good question. So Aaron asks, which book is the right book? How many Bibles were manipulated to suit governing powers and beliefs? And is the Bible anywhere close to the original? Well, the answer to this question is the Bible is literally the most critiqued and scrutinized book in all of history. And we can be more certain with the Bible than with any other book that, yes, it's been accurately preserved over time, just based on the manuscript evidence, the vast body of manuscript evidence that we have. And when people talk about the Bible being changed, right? You got to understand here, when there were councils to make decisions about what the Bible said, people have a misunderstanding of what actually took place. They were basically, the books of the Bible have existed as they are, going way back. I mean, we have manuscripts of the Bible that predate Jesus by 300 years, all right? So we know what the book said before Jesus was even born. We know what the Bible said. They were making decisions on what books should be considered scripture and what books should not be considered scripture. If you want to look into how and why they made those decisions, you'll probably come to the same conclusion that they did, because a lot of the books that were rejected were books that were clearly not authentic. So nobody really changed the Bible. Like, let's take a quick look, for example, at, we can look at some of them. That's what's so great. So you can just, for yourself, go and see some very ancient biblical manuscripts. For example, this is the entire book of Isaiah. All right, the prophet Isaiah, this is everything that he wrote. This manuscript dates to around 300 BC. All right, give or take. Give or take. 250-ish, maybe 250 BC, right? So between 250 to 300 years before the birth of Jesus, we have this scroll. Now we can read the scroll and we can see everything that it says. So we can prove to ourselves that the Bible we have today, the English Bible, well, I shouldn't say English Bible, I should say the Hebrew, right? Because our English Bibles are a translation of the Hebrew. But I can compare it to myself from this giant King James Bible, this giant English Bible I have, I can compare it to what the Bible said in 285 BC. All right. There's the other scriptures that we have, like the Greek scriptures. For example, Codex Sinaiticus. We can read it for ourselves. Like, that's the thing. Like, people always talk about, has the Bible been changed? We can go back and read very ancient, complete manuscripts of the Bible. We can go through verse by verse. And you can see here, this one has other books that our modern Bibles don't have. Like, the Bible I just showed you does not have all the books that are in this ancient manuscript here. But here's what's very important. There was no secret to hide these books from people. It's just these other books have always been considered to be deuterocanonical, meaning they're important, but they're not on the same level as the 66 books that are in most Bibles. So honestly, to save paper, modern Protestant Bibles have taken those books out. Even the King James Bible had all these other books until the 1800s. But to save paper, they didn't put those books in. There's no conspiracy to hide them. All right? Everybody knows about it. You know? So we could go ahead and read the Bible right here. We can see the actual manuscript, so we can see what it said back in like 300 AD. And then we can read it in Greek that they've written it for you. And then, of course, we have the English translation as well, right? So that's how we kind of know that the Bible hasn't been like changed like people say. You know, it's not a big question. Let's see here. What happened to my music? All right, about half an hour, we've got FOMC, the decision. The decision. The news has not happened yet. All right, the news has not happened yet. The Book of Enoch is awesome. I do enjoy the Book of Enoch as well. I do enjoy the Book of Enoch. King James 1611 is the best you can have. I disagree, man. But I do enjoy the King James the most. What is the Bible's purpose? This is a great question. The purpose of the Bible is to tell the story of how God is reconciling man to himself. See, when the Bible opens up, man was created to live in God's presence. God said, "Let us create man in our image after our likeness, and let him rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth." And so we are basically supposed to be representations of God on the earth. And we're supposed to have relationship and fellowship with him, right? He walked with humans, he talked with humans. But then something happened where sin entered into the creation. Sin is anything that goes against God's character, all right? Is Bitcoin dumping? Now, when sin entered into the creation, yeah, Bitcoin's dumping. Oof. When sin entered into the creation, it caused a separation between man and God, where we no longer are able to be in his presence like that and have the fellowship and the relationship with him that we originally had. And so the story of the Bible is how God himself, out of his love for us, made it possible for that relationship to be restored. And the way he did that was he himself entered into the creation by taking on flesh, and that flesh was crucified and died to pay for the penalty of our sin, because the wages of sin is death and separation. But because he himself was without sin, he rose from the dead, which is our actual hope, that his sacrifice was sufficient to pay for our sins. And now, if we put our faith in him, he gives us his Holy Spirit, which causes us to be born again, to actually become a new creation. It's not an intellectual belief. It's something that you can only explain if it's happened to you. All right, born again. You're totally changed. You're totally different now. And it's as if the Lord is restoring you back to what you were originally meant to be. And eventually, we also believe in the resurrection of the dead, with a physical bodily resurrection and a reunification with God himself. The Bible begins with God fellowshipping with man, walking with man, having a relationship with man, and the Bible ends with the same thing. God dwells with men, and he will be with them. And there's no separation. That's the purpose of the Bible, and it's a beautiful story that outlines God's plan of how he himself is going to save mankind. And what's so great about it is, you know, we were talking about prophecies and things of this nature. You know, we can trust that the Bible is true because you have very specific prophecies that were written hundreds or thousands of years in advance describing what the Messiah, what God was going to do, right? So, just as a quick example of this, here's a passage of scripture that was written about 700 years before Jesus was born. And it's talking about him being killed for the sins of the people and then rising again to life. It says, he was wounded for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that made us whole was placed upon him, and by his bruises we are healed. All of us like sheep have gone astray. We have turned each one of us to his own way. And the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. It says, out of the suffering of his soul, he will see light. All right, so he's going to die, but now he's going to see light. All right, he's going to be raised again. And through his knowledge, this righteous one will make many righteous, and he will bear their iniquities. He bore the sins of many, and he made intercession for the transgressors. So, you know, you have this picture painted through the prophets of what the Messiah is going to be like, what he's going to do. And so, it's a beautiful story. Now again, this was written hundreds of years before Jesus, very specifically about what the Messiah was going to do. And what's crazy is this manuscript that we're reading here, because a lot of people say, well, how do you know, like, the Bible wasn't written in hindsight? How do you know the prophecies weren't written in hindsight? How do you know someone didn't just write the Bible after the fact? The way we know somebody didn't write the Bible after the fact is because this actual manuscript you're reading right here on your screen dates back to hundreds of years before Jesus was born. When Jesus was on this earth, all right, this scroll was already here on the earth, right? This scroll is older than the body that Yeshua inhabited. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? That's not proof of a prediction. I don't know. You read this and tell me, who do you think this is talking about? All right. You read Isaiah 53 and then think to yourself, who is this talking about? Now, this is one of many, many, many prophecies, right? We know exactly that he would be born in Bethlehem. We knew his lineage. We knew he would be betrayed by his friends. We knew he would be sold for 30 pieces of silver. We knew his exact genealogy. We knew he was going to have his hands and his feet pierced. We knew he was going to be killed for the sins of his people. We knew that he was going to rise again from the dead. All these things are predicted about him. So yeah, it paints a picture of a specific person. You know, paints a picture of a specific person. What do I think about the Anunnaki? Yeah, I think that the sons of Anak are the sons of the Anunnaki. When the Bible talks about the sons of Anak, I think it's the Anunnaki talking about them. All right, so we're about to get it's 15 minutes until we get our news here. ForexFactory.com, 2 p.m. We have 15 minutes, give or take. And here's the thing, guys. Here's what I'm personally looking for maybe, I would like to see maybe something like this. This is kind of what I'm hoping for right now. Let's see if we can't get it, all right? Shout out to We're All George with the Bible verse. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right, we got 15 minutes, guys. We got 15 minutes. Yes, chill vibes. The Bible is God's story. Why do we have it? Because God desires a relationship with you, chill vibes. Because he loves you. Not only does he love you, but he likes you too. Because he created you. And he desires a relationship with you. And so if there is a God who exists, well, it just makes sense that he would make himself known. And one of the ways he's done that is through the Bible, the scriptures, the books that we have. That's one of the ways. Can we get 1,000 likes? Says Aaron G. That would be nice. We got 14 minutes until the news. So let's see, because I'm expecting a volatile move. Let's see if we can't get something like this to happen here, guys. I would like to see something like this. I mean, at the very worst, 67K. And if we come to 67K, I'm actually going to add to this trade quite a bit. If we come down to 67K, I am going to add to this trade here quite a bit that we have open. Quite a bit here. Whoa, breaking news. JP Morgan says, don't think the Fed is going to cut rates. $69K is the next TP area for the scalp, says Divine Hood about a short. So yeah, when this news comes out, then yeah, let's see what happens here. I mean, 67K, I would love to add to my open positions. I would love to. So let's see what happens. All right, we got 12 minutes here, guys. Coming down to the wire. Bitcoin price on fire. All right, shout out to Divine Hood. He was just talking about a scalp, all right? As long as we're above 67K. Oh, actually, he doesn't want to lose value area high. Yeah. So 69K is my first level. Like, I'm quite interested in something like this. Sweep the liquidity and then get a bounce. If not, 67K looks really, really nice to me. Really, really, really nice. It's a golden pocket, right? It's a golden pocket from this low to the high. So, yeah, I would add to my trade from 67K. And it's a support resistance flip. Look at this. I mean, it's just so beautiful. It's just so dang beautiful. I really like it a lot. All right. We need a pre-minutes wrap. I don't know if I have it in me, guys. I mean, we've been streaming for 2.5 hours. Let's see what happens. If we get some... I need something to hype me up. Like, I'm very, like... I'm low energy. All right? I've been on the treadmill now for 3 hours. So, let's see. All right. Why is Christianity / the Bible correct? Look, when you compare all faiths, literally all right? I can't say all because I don't know every single faith that's out there. All of them except for belief in Jesus are based on your own work, your own achievements, your own being good, or your own achieving enlightenment, or putting in enough work to achieve something so you can achieve some higher level of spirituality. Only Jesus says, I'm God, and I'm going to do what's necessary in order to restore our relationship because you cannot. So Christianity and the Bible takes the focus off the person and puts all the focus on God. That's the biggest difference. All right? That's the biggest difference. Also, when you look at all the other religious gurus or spiritual people of old, Jesus is the only one who claimed to be the creator God. And Jesus is the only one who rose from the dead with sufficient extra biblical evidence to support the fact that he rose from the dead. All right? We have eyewitness accounts. We have an empty tomb. We have historians that are not believers at all, Roman historians, talking about how his followers actually believe that he did rise from the dead. There's a lot of evidence to support it. I mean, when you go back and read the letters that Paul wrote to the different congregations in that part of the world, he said basically, if I can crudely paraphrase him, he says, you guys know I'm not BSing you because you saw him after he rose from the dead. So they could have called BS on these people. You know, Paul's like, look, man, he appeared to you guys. You saw him. Over 500 people saw him at the same time after he was risen from the dead. So you guys know I'm not BSing you. Right? So if I'm going to follow somebody, I'm going to follow the guy that rose from the dead. The guy who said, I'm God, and then died and rose from the dead. All right? Everyone else is dead. Muhammad's dead. Buddha's dead. All these other people are dead. But Jesus is alive. And you know what's funny? Even if you're a Muslim, you believe Jesus is alive. And if you're a Muslim, you believe he's the Messiah. And you believe he's the word of Allah. So, at least that's what the Quran says. See, CFPV says the Bible is the most altered book ever made. All right. CFPV, this is just blatantly false. The Bible, like, especially the New Testament, is the most accurate book of antiquity that we have. We have more manuscript evidence for the Old Testament than for any other book of antiquity. When we're looking at ancient history, the way we determine how we know what happened is we look at manuscript evidence, right? So when we're looking at, like, let's talk about, for example, a guy like Alexander the Great, right? I spelled Alexander wrong. This is not religious advice. If we're looking at a guy like Alexander the Great, how do we know what he did in his life? The way we know is we look at the manuscripts that we have. We look at the written documents that describe the events of his life. Now, let's say we have 100 documents that talk about Alexander the Great that we found, 100 manuscripts. If most of them say Alexander the Great liked to eat watermelon, but a few of them say, no, he hated watermelon, we go based on the larger majority of the textual evidence. We say most of the manuscripts and the oldest manuscripts say he liked watermelon. So if most of the manuscripts and the oldest ones say he liked watermelon, if we get a few manuscripts that are more recent that say he hated watermelon, we say Alexander the Great most likely liked watermelon because the majority of the manuscripts say he did and the oldest manuscripts say he did. All right. For the New Testament, we literally have over 25,000 handwritten manuscripts. This is literally tens of thousands more manuscripts than we have for any other book of antiquity. The reason why we have so many is because people were copying this down and spreading it throughout the entire world as fast as possible. There was no room or no time for anybody to say, hey, give me all your manuscripts so I can change them. It was being copied and spread as fast as possible in multiple languages. What this means is we can go back and see what do the majority of the oldest manuscripts say. And we can know with great accuracy what the original authors wrote. This is an advantage that we don't have with any other book of antiquity. We don't even have this with Homer's Iliad. And people study Homer's Iliad as if this is what it originally said. We don't even have nearly close to that amount of manuscript evidence for any other book of antiquity. But for the New Testament, we have an overwhelming amount of manuscript evidence, so we can know with great certainty what the original book said. And on top of that, we have the writings of the early believers in Jesus and the apostles of the apostles, where even if we threw out all the 25,000 manuscripts, we could still reconstruct the entirety of the New Testament based on them quoting it in their writings. And so we can go back very early and see proof that, yes, this is what the Bible said. Are there differences in the manuscripts? Of course. But because we have so many, like I said, if we have 25,000 manuscripts and 20,000 say John wore a blue shirt and 5,000 say John wore a red shirt, we go with the greater manuscript evidence. And we can also date the manuscripts and say, hey, the oldest manuscripts and the majority of them say this, so this is probably what happened. And we can actually trace, as the text is transmitted, we can trace when and where certain things changed. There's different textual families. There's different manuscript families. You have the Byzantine tradition, and you have the Alexandrian tradition. Now, the differences, a lot of them are very minor. They don't change the meaning of anything, and they definitely don't change any doctrine. They definitely do not change any doctrine. All right? So we know that the Bible has been accurately preserved. And on top of all of this, like I just showed you, we can literally see for ourselves. Like, if you don't believe that the Bible's been preserved, you can go and look at manuscripts that are extremely old. Like this manuscript right here, guys. Do you understand? This is before they changed the Bible. This is before the Council of Nicaea. This is before Jesus was born. All right? This is like 3rd century BC. So we know that the Bible has not been changed. We know that these prophecies about Jesus have not been changed because we can see with our own eyes and prove it with our own eyes. Right? It's great to have these kinds of manuscripts. We have the Septuagint, which is another testament going back to BCE times to show that the Bible has not been changed. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the point. The message does not change. All right. So, but that's the thing. Like, I'm not just coming to you with my belief. I'm coming to you with proof that the Bible has not been changed. Whether or not the Bible is true is a completely different story. We know it hasn't been changed. Is it true? That's a question that needs to be taken by faith. All right, whether or not the Bible is true, if the claims it makes are true, that's the question that has to be taken on by faith. Whether or not the Bible's been preserved accurately, we know without a shadow of a doubt that it has been preserved accurately because it's the most scrutinized book in the world. It's been opened up to the most intense criticism and scrutiny, to the point where we literally have critical versions of the Bible, where you can buy a Bible, open it up, and it will tell you certain manuscripts write it this way, other manuscripts write it that way. There's no secret, there's no hiding, there's no changing of the Bible. It's just when you have things going through that much history, there's different traditions of how it was said. That's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. All right, FOMC is happening right now. Dang it. Dang it. Can I read that? Yes, I can read the Hebrew of the Dead Sea Scroll. Yes, absolutely I can. And it says the same thing that our modern Hebrew Bibles say today. That translates perfectly into the English Bibles of today. You know? All right, let's see what happened here with the FOMC. All right, looks like, all right, I guess it's the press conference, right? Okay, so let's see if we can watch the video. Let's see if there's a video of Jerome Powell speaking. Bear with me one moment, y'all, while we get this video up. All right, let's see. There's no other book that's been critiqued like the Bible. It's funny when Muslims make the claim, we have the Quran word for word, letter for letter. Every ayah, every surah, every letter preserved. That's a total lie. I could prove it to you right now. I will if you want me to. But look, there's no book of antiquity that's been preserved like that. All right? There's always going to be changes. And it's the message that's important. But if the Islamic books were allowed, if they let themselves open up to the kind of scrutiny that the Bible's been open up to, a lot of Muslims would be extremely surprised. Even the critical work that's been done now on the Quran. There's many different Qurans, many different versions. We don't have any complete manuscripts of the Quran. So, we know the Bible's been preserved. Let's see. Let's see. All right, can we get a video? Hang on one second. All right, we got him. All right, let's shut off the music. Let's put on our man JP.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made considerable progress toward our dual mandate objectives. Inflation has eased substantially over the past year, while the labor market has remained strong. And that's very good news. But inflation is still too high. Further progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain. We are fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustainably strong labor market that benefits all. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings, though at a slower pace. Our restrictive stance of monetary policy has been putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation, and the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals have moved toward better balance over the past year.
This is old. All right, hang on.
However,
wait. Yeah, this is from 2 days ago. Oh crap. Okay, so hang on. We don't have any live video. Is there a live video? Looks like there's no live video. Hang on. Someone in the chat. Is there a live video? Is there a live video? No press conference today. All right, there's no press conference. Then what the heck? Where's our news, man? Where's our news? Hang on. Let's go to forexfactory.com. Where's our news, man? Let's refresh. Let's refresh. Man. Okay. All right. Well, what the heck? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Someone in chat, help me out, man. This is not financial advice. This is not financial advice. I don't see any update on the minutes. Is there a document? I don't see the document. Where's the document? Hang on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. All right, forget about it, guys. Forget about it. Forget about it. Okay, so here's what's most important right now. First of all, we got to get our music back on, all right? We got to get our music back on. So, let's get our music back on. Then we're just going to watch this price action because we still have some kind of stuff, all right? We still have some kind of stuff here. Let's get our music back on. No, hang on. Playlists. We got to get our music on. All right, here we go. Music's back on. All right, we're going to watch this price action here. We're going to watch the price action here. Let's see here. All right. All right. Tom Crown has it then, guys. Tom Crown has it. All right. So Chill Vibes thinks religion is a mass manipulation vehicle. Let's see. Does Tom Crown have it? Oh, yeah, he has the document. Okay, Tom Crown has the document. So you guys could go watch Tom Crown if you want. All right. Okay, let's see here. All right. Chill Vibes doesn't believe in anything spoken or written by man. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I can't argue as to why you should or shouldn't believe anything revealed by man. All right, he said short. All right. All right, so My Crypto Goods, he says, I'm not an expert, but the truth is there for everyone. The Bible has not been preserved. Even Christian theologians confirm. Yeah, that's literally what I just went over with you, where we understand that there are differences in some of the manuscripts, but because we have so many manuscripts, we know what it originally said, and the message has not been changed. So the idea that there's only one Quran, here's the thing, it's very interesting to me that, you know, a lot of Muslims won't hold the Quran to the same standard that they hold the Bible to, right? They say if there's any manuscript differences, that means the Bible's been changed, you know? But, I mean, it's, the Quran and the Bible, if we're going to hold them to the same standard, then they've both been changed over time. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean, like, when I say the Quran's been changed, I'm not saying the message of the Quran is false, although I do believe it's false, provably so. I say the Quran has been changed in the sense that there are different versions of the Quran out there. There are different manuscript families, you know. You've got pre-Uthmanic texts that they've discovered. Now, no serious Islamic scholar would say the Quran is 100% unchanged. All right, and even within Islamic sources, we know that there are different Qurans, right? Even within Islamic sources, we know there are different Qurans. Right? Does any Muslim deny that there are different Qurans? Yeah, exactly. The Quran has many different versions. It depends on your sect, right? Yeah, there's a lot of different versions of the Quran, and some of them even have different letters. You know? All right. There's no differences in Islam. Research it. Okay. All right. Let's do that. All right. Let's do it. All right. There are many different versions of the Quran. All right, you got the Hafs Quran, you got the Warsh Quran. These are, depending on where you go in the world, these are legitimate different Qurans that Muslims use. Okay. Here you can see differences in how some of the ayahs are actually written. Right? There's different words here. Some words are added, some words are taken away. You can see it for yourself, even if you don't know Arabic. Now, what's very interesting is there actually are some critical editions of the Quran that have been published, even in English. There's this thing called the Bridges Quran. All right, the Bridges Quran, this is a critical edition of the Quran where it shows you where the manuscript variances are. I'm not saying the Quran is false. I'm saying just like every other ancient book, there are differences in the manuscripts. This is an English version of the Bridges Quran right here, where it shows you that the things in red are from different manuscript traditions that are still considered authoritative, right? This is just from Islamic sources, right? So there are many different versions of the Quran. I'm not just talking about pronunciation, but we could even go to the Hadith, all right? This is obviously an article, but we could go to the Hadith and see that after Uthman standardized the Quran, that there were different versions that were still out there, right? There were different versions that were still out there. So let's see. Let's start with let's go to the Hadith. This is the most authoritative Hadith, at least for Sunnis. This is Sahih al-Bukhari. All right, this is way back in the beginning. This is where Uthman, the third caliph, he collected all the manuscripts of the Quran, had an official copy written, and then burned all the ones that didn't agree with his. All right, Uthman sent a message to Hafsa, this was Muhammad's wife, after Muhammad had died, saying, send us the manuscripts of the Quran so we may compile the Quranic materials in perfect copies and then return the manuscripts to you. So the third caliph is saying, send me all your stuff. All right, why? First of all, why did this happen? Because there were differences in the recitation of the Quran. All right. So there were differences in the recitation of the Quran. The differences were so bad that they said to Uthman, save this nation before we differ about the Quran, as much as the Jews and the Christians differ. So apparently there's a risk of a different religion forming, two different sects of the Quran. So Uthman sends a message to Muhammad's wife, who says, send us all the manuscripts so we can compile perfect copies. All right. And then they had Zayd ibn Thabit, Muhammad's scribe, write down a perfect copy. And then Uthman said, in case any of you disagree with Zayd in any point of the Quran, all right, write them in the dialect of the Qurayshi, because the Quran was revealed in their tongue. They did so, and when they had written many copies, Uthman returned the original manuscripts to Hafsa, and Uthman sent to every Muslim province one copy of what he had copied, and he ordered all other Quranic materials, whether written or fragmentary, be burnt. So he said, if there's a disagreement in the Quran, make sure to do it the way Zayd ibn Thabit did it. And if they don't agree, burn them. So in Islam, there actually is a written tradition of all the manuscripts being collected, an official version being written, and the rest being burned. All right? Now, here's my question, because people say, oh, it didn't have to do with any change, it was just the way that they said the words were different. You can't burn a dialect. If I say tomato and you say tomato, and we both write it on a piece of paper, it looks the same, right? You can't burn that. But here's the thing. When this happened, and when Uthman officially made the Quran, there was a big disagreement, all right? So in the same hadith collection, Sahih Bukhari, we see other Qurans that existed in the day. So let's go to Sahih Bukhari. Hang on. Sahih Bukhari. Let's go to let's go to this hadith right here. Look at this. Okay, so Umar, this is the caliph, right? Umar, the second caliph of Islam, he says Ubay ibn Ka'b was the best of us in the recitation of the Quran, yet we leave out some of what he recites. So Ubay ibn Ka'b had a different Quran than the one that Uthman officially made, right? And yet they're leaving out some of what he recites. And Ubay says, I have taken it from the mouth of Muhammad. I'm not going to leave it for anything. All right? So apparently, Ubay ibn Ka'b had a different Quran than Uthman, which means there were different Qurans that existed at the time. All right? We could see more. All right? I don't know why people are thumbs downing this. I'm just reading to you from the Islamic source, and I'm not saying the Quran is wrong. I'm just saying if you're going to hold the Bible to a certain standard, you got to hold the Quran to the same standard. All right? So, let's see. All right, I'm taking you right to the Islamic sources here. Look at this. Again, this is just this is a recounting. This is basically the recounting of the same story from a different hadith. But who was Ubay ibn Ka'b? Ubay ibn Ka'b was one of the companions of Muhammad. And Muhammad himself says, if you want to learn the Quran, learn it from Ubay ibn Ka'b. So Ubay ibn Ka'b has the seal of authority from Muhammad, but the Quran of today goes against what Ubay ibn Ka'b's Quran says. It's very strange. Now, again, I'm not saying that the Quran is wrong. I'm just saying it hasn't been preserved letter for letter, word for word. And this is not only true based on the hadith, but the actual modern Qurans that we have today, we can see differences. Now, when we look at the manuscripts of the Quran that we have available to us, none of them line up with each other perfectly. I'm not saying the message is different, but we don't have any complete Qurans. We have no complete Qurans. And the manuscripts that we do have, they all have differences. And, you know, again, look, this is not me saying this. Let me help you guys. Let me help you guys. All right? Let me help you guys. This is not just me saying this, all right? If anyone's ever told you the Quran has been preserved word for word, letter for letter, they are lying to you. No one actually believes that. If you're going to go down the scholarly road, all right, let's actually listen to some scholars. All right. All right.
Welcome back. Now we answer questions we receive from you, our viewers. If
This
you have
is
a
Dr.
question,
Shabir Ali.
visit our website, QuranSpeaks.com.
All right, Dr. Shabir Ali.
Dr. Shabir, the question is, how do we regard the Sana'a manuscript?
Listen to this.
Is it
we know basically when the document was first written. So that was within a couple of decades after the death of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So probably in the time of Uthman or close to his time. And
all right, so this is basically talking about one of the most ancient Qurans that they've ever found. And what's happened is it was an old Quran that they think predates the Uthmanic tradition, and they erased it and wrote over it with what it should say. And this is Dr. Shabir Ali talking about it. And here, look, I have a lot of respect for this guy. Not because he's saying this, but because he seems like a really nice guy. But he himself is going to tell you, look, no serious scholar believes that the Quran is preserved like this. So listen to what he has to say.
Definitely within the lifetime of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And so that becomes a different witness, though with some variation.
A different witness with some variation.
To what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, preached.
So different variation of what Muhammad preached.
We have not only the Uthmanic manuscripts, but if scholars were wondering, and they have wondered, like what else is there? Like, did something else get suppressed that we would like to know about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here this comes, as a double-edged sword. On the one hand, this cuts away at the sense of complacency that many Muslims have gone around with, thinking that, okay, everything has been preserved dot for dot, letter for letter, the way it was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, so this cuts away at the idea that a lot of Muslims have that the Quran is preserved line for line, letter for letter from the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, the manuscript evidence shows us there have been changes.
Peace be upon him, with no variation or change whatsoever. So, that it cuts at that general sense, which actually is not a scholarly.
Yeah, it's not a scholarly sense that the Quran's been preserved. It's not a scholarly sense.
Way of thinking about the Quran.
Not a scholarly
Our
way.
scholars have always known and have always described in our classical books variations and manuscripts, like, it's read like this by Ubay ibn Ka'b, it's read like this by
Ubay ibn Ka'b and Ibn Masud. See, he's just saying the same thing that I just already showed you from the Hadith. So I'm not saying the Quran isn't true based on these things. I'm just saying if you're going to say that the Bible has been changed and the Quran has not, you need to hold them to the same measuring stick. All right? You need to hold them to the same measuring stick. And the message of the Quran, I would say, has not been changed based on these manuscripts. But the text itself has, if you're going to hold it to the same standard you hold the biblical manuscripts to. So we just have to level the playing field right here, is what I'm trying to say. You can't say the Bible's been changed, the Quran is the only one book going back to Muhammad. No one would agree with you, actually, who does the research.
Ibn Masud and so on. And in the Codex of Ibn Masud, it was seen to be written like this. In the Codex of Ubay ibn Ka'b, it was seen to be written like this with this or that variation. So these were always known in scholarly circles to have existed. But recently, average Muslims have just simply, without bothering to learn, they have just simply parroted a common way of speaking about the Quran and saying, it's 100% the way it's always been. And
so yeah, all I'm saying here is that when somebody says the Bible's been changed and Christian theologians admit it, well, the Quran has been changed and Islamic scholars admit it. It doesn't make them less true or false. It's just when we're looking at any book of antiquity, these things are going to happen, right? So, I mean, this is not, I mean, we could get some more popular. We could get some more popular figures. All right. Muhammad Mujab. All right. What does he have to say about it? Because he also admits there are changes. All right. Let's see.
Can they sometimes be different? I mean, this is an important question. This is a very important question. The answer is yes. For someone to argue, a Muslim to argue, that no, all of the manuscripts are the same, this is a foolish argument, with all due respect. And by the way, not only is it a foolish argument...
It's a foolish argument to argue that all the Quran manuscripts are the same, right? So I am just saying that we need to hold the Bible and the Quran to the same measuring stick, where of the Uthmanic texts, we have multiple variations, as can be seen here. And then we have pre-Uthmanic texts that are very different. All right? And this is in the Hadith. This is not just Jason Casper on the internet. All right? So, Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. So, all right, so we can talk about the story behind the Hadith. Look, I don't really necessarily care about the story behind the Hadith because I'll tell you why I don't care. The manuscript evidence is really what we should be looking at if we're going to be talking about the preservation of a book, right? I understand the Hadiths might have different interpretations. All I'm saying to you is the Hadith do bear witness to the fact that there were different Qurans, different recitings, and the manuscript evidence also reveals that there are different wordings, different orders, different words, okay? The reason why I don't necessarily care about the Hadiths is because we're looking at this as a book of antiquity right now. We're not looking at it as a religious book. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, they're popular figures, not Islamic scholars. All right, well, there are scholars out there that don't make YouTube videos that are easy to digest. And if you want some further reading on it, I could suggest some actual scholars, because I have delved into this a little bit in my day. You know, I have delved into this a little bit in my day. All right, let's see how's Bitcoin doing. Let's get back onto our music. All right. All right. And the Video Kingdom, you know, these guys, the reason why the popular figures have to address these things is because recently the Quran has been allowed to be criticized from a higher textual criticism standpoint, and now they need to address people like, hey, I thought the Quran was letter for letter, word for word, and it's like, well, actually, no. But here's why it's still okay. Here's why it's still okay. You know? All right, so we're coming down here. But here, at the end of the day, all right, the reason why, like, I don't want to, like, my man, and I appreciate you, I do, let's see here, where are you? I lost you now. I lost you. Oh yeah, Hasnu Gaming. I appreciate you that you want to talk and not just type in the chat. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. To me, all right, when it comes to why I would reject or accept the Quran, it has nothing to do with whether or not it's been preserved word for word, letter for letter. The reason why I don't accept the Quran is because the Quran says, I'm from God. And if you don't believe I'm from God, go read the Bible, because the Quran apparently is here to confirm what the Bible already said. So the Quran tells you to read the Bible. When you read the Bible tells you that the Quran is wrong. And so I have to reject the Quran, if that makes any sense. So I cannot really get into the authenticity of different hadiths and their interpretation, because for me, I reject the Quran. If the Quran lined up with the Bible, let's say, then I would accept it. If the Quran had come along and lined up with the Bible, I would have accepted it. But because the Quran comes along 700 years after Jesus, 600 years, and contradicts everything from the Torah and the Gospel, I have to reject it. Do you know what I mean? That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That is what the Quran says. It says that it's here to confirm the Bible, right? Would anyone disagree? All right, so Saw C says the Quran. By the way, if you're here for TA, get out. But if you want to know why I reject the Quran, you can stay. All right. Saw C says the Quran confirms the New Testament, the Gospel, but not in its current state. Same with the Torah. Okay, same with the Torah. Okay. So Saw C is saying that the Quran is confirming the Gospel and the Torah, but we don't have the Gospel and the Torah today. All right. Now here's the major problem with that. Here's why this makes no sense, to say that the Quran confirms books that we no longer have. All right, I'm going to walk you through just logically here. Now bear with me, all right, because we should all take these things seriously, because obviously we're all seeking the truth here. But when Muhammad came on the scene, and he says multiple times that the Bible is the word of Allah, the Bible should be trusted, and the Bible will confirm the Quran. All right, here's how things happen. The Bible was compiled for thousands of years back here, right? We have the Torah, we have the prophets and the Psalms, we have the Gospel, all right? Then 600 years later, we get the Quran, all right? The Quran is saying, you can know I'm true because I line up with this. All right, the Quran says, you can know I'm true because I line up with this. All right. Now, here's the problem with Saucy's argument, saying that the Quran was confirming this, but we no longer have this. I just showed you manuscripts of the Bible that existed before Muhammad. So I have a manuscript that exists here, in between when the Bible was originally given and Muhammad. So when Muhammad in the Quran is saying, you can know I'm true because of this, we know exactly what he was talking about. All right. In fact, I just showed you the manuscript, but we have the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is the Old Testament, the Torah. This copy of the Torah is literally 1,000 years before Muhammad was born. In other words, when Muhammad says, you know I'm telling you the truth, and if you don't believe me, go read this, we have this. We have those old manuscripts, literally 1,000 years before Muhammad. All right? We have it. Now, when it comes to the gospel, all right, we can read Codex Sinaiticus from 300 AD, 300 years before Muhammad wrote the Quran. We know what the gospel said because we're looking at it right here. All right, we're looking at it with our own eyes right here. When Muhammad said, you can tell that I'm telling the truth, and if you don't believe me, go read this, we have this. We're looking at it right here, okay? This is very, very important. And what else does this mean? Let's think about what this means. If the Bible had been corrupted before Muhammad's time, like if the Bible was true back here, but then got corrupted here, and so Muhammad had to correct it here, that means when Muhammad says, go read the Bible to confirm what I'm saying is true, Allah is telling you to go read a corrupted book. So that can't be right. All right? We know Allah's not going to tell us to read a corrupted book. Now, the other possibility is then they say, oh, well, it was right at Muhammad's time, but now it's corrupt today because of the Council of Nicaea or something, right? Again, the problem with that is we still have this that we can look at that serves as a timestamp in history of what the Bible said before the Quran was written, okay? Now, let's go through this. Hang on. This is, I like Quran.com much better than legacy.quran. Okay. This is Allah speaking. He has revealed to you, O Prophet, the book in truth. Okay, so he revealed the Quran. What is the purpose of the Quran? To confirm what came before it, just like he revealed the Torah and the Gospel. So the Quran is telling you that the Quran should confirm the Torah and the Gospel. All right? It's telling you that it's lining up perfectly. So if I'm going to accept the Quran, it needs to line up with what the Bible already says. Otherwise, I know it's kind of a false book. Now, we also know that they had the Quran as we know that they had the Bible in the days of Muhammad, because the Quran also bears witness to this. All right? Read the full surah. All right. All right, so although they used to pray for victory by means of the Prophet over the polytheists, when there came to them a book from Allah, speaking of the Quran, which they recognized, this is talking about the Jews and the Christians. When the Quran came to the Jews and the Christians, confirming the scripture that they had in their hands, they rejected it. So this surah is saying that when the Quran came to the Jews and the Christians, the Quran was confirming the scripture that they had in their hands. All right? In their hands. Let's see here. Yeah, look at this. When it is said to them, believe in what Allah has revealed, they reply, we only believe in what was sent down to us, and they deny what came afterwards. Though it is the truth confirming their own scriptures, right? So apparently the Quran is supposed to confirm the previous scriptures, and according to the Quran, they had it in their hands, right? They had it with them. Beina yadehi in Arabic. I don't know Arabic, but I know Beina yadehi means in their hands. The reason I know this is because I know Hebrew, and you would say Bein yadav in Hebrew, in between his hands, or Bein yadehem, in between their hands. It's the same word in Arabic and Hebrew. All right? So then, and this is not, look, this is not my opinion. Here's the thing. This is not my opinion. Let's look at the actual tafsirs. Ibn Kathir, this is the Islamic source here, okay? This is the Islamic interpretation. According to the tafsir, Ibn Kathir, very authoritative, all right? I'm in the wrong ayah. Al-Baqarah 89. All right, so according to the tafsir, what the heck? Here we go. Okay. The Jews were awaiting the Prophet's coming, but they disbelieved when he was sent. Allah said, when there came to them, meaning when there came to the Jews, a book from Allah, meaning the Quran, that Allah sent down to Muhammad, confirming what is with them, meaning the Torah. All right. Again, this is the Old Testament, which we know existed. Hang on, this is from a few days ago when people were sending me ChatGPT raps. We know it existed already at the time of Muhammad, because we're looking at the manuscripts. So we know already what the Quran is talking about, right? We know what the Quran is talking about. Okay? So we know that this is saying right here, according to the tafsir and just the plain reading, that the Quran came to the Jews confirming the Torah, but apparently they rejected it because it's supposed to confirm the Torah. All right. Now this is honestly the main reason why I cannot accept the Quran. All right. Because it's such a big contradiction. All right. Look at this. Let's start in verse 43, okay? This is Allah speaking. He says, "Indeed, we revealed the Torah containing guidance and light, by which the prophets who submitted themselves to Allah made judgments for Jews." All right? So Allah saying, Allah gave the Torah. And then in verse 46, it says, "Then in the footsteps of the prophets, we sent Jesus, the son of Mary, confirming the Torah revealed before him, and we gave him the gospel containing guidance and light, confirming what was revealed in the Torah." So there's a chain right here. There's a chain, all right? Chain, you know, like a hadith. There's a chain here. The chain is that we have the Torah, and then we have the gospel, and then we have the Quran. Now, the gospel confirms the Torah, and the Quran is supposed to confirm the gospel and the Torah, right? Do you see what I'm saying here? So if the gospel does not confirm the Quran, then according to the Quran's own criteria, it's wrong. All right? It's wrong. It just is what it is, right? So look at this. The Quran says, "Let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in the gospel. And those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed in the gospel are truly rebellious." Okay? So according to the Quran, Allah gave the Old Testament, which is the Torah. Allah gave the New Testament, which is the gospel. The New Testament confirms the gospel. The New Testament confirms the Old Testament. And then the Quran is now supposed to be confirming what the gospel says, which confirms what the Torah says. And he says, if you don't believe me, go read and judge by the gospel. All right? Now, that means if I want to be a follower of Allah, I need to judge the Quran based on what the gospel says. Now, there's really no argument you can make against this besides saying what Saucy said in the chat. The only argument against this is by claiming that yes, the original Bible was from Allah, but it's since been changed. But we literally can see with our own eyes, guys, that the Bible of today is the same Bible that we had when Muhammad wrote the Quran. It's the same. It hasn't been changed. We're looking at the manuscripts. All right, 300 years before Muhammad wrote. We can read the Gospel of John on how it was 300 years before Muhammad was born. Right? We have a testimony in time based on these manuscripts. All right? Now look at this. We go down a little bit farther. Verse 68, ayah 58, the same exact Quran, the same exact surah. It says this. All right? Well, I just got a text message. It says, "Say, O prophet, O people of the book, you have nothing to stand on unless you observe the Torah and the gospel and what has been revealed to you from your Lord, and your Lord's revelation to you." Okay, so this is literally saying Christians and Jews have nothing to stand on unless they're observing what's written in the Torah and the gospel. All right. So the Quran clearly says that the gospel and the Torah is the word of Allah. And the Quran claims to confirm it. It never claims that it was corrupted. And on top of all this, we can look at the manuscripts to know for ourselves that it was never corrupted, right? So when we look at, basically the Quran says the Bible's true. The Quran says the Bible's uncorrupted. The Quran appeals to the Bible for its own authority, right? The Quran is saying, I'm from God. If you don't believe me, go back and read the Bible, all right? You people of the book, you have nothing to stand on unless you observe the Torah and the gospel, all right? So if we compare what is written in the Quran to what is written in the Torah and the gospel, again, God has given us revelation about who he is and his plan for humanity, all right? He sent Jesus the Messiah, God in the flesh, who died on the cross and rose again to pay for the sins of humanity. And then 600 years later, the Quran comes along and says, JK, LOL. JK, LOL. Everything God has revealed about himself, just kidding. It was all fake. But at the same time, the Quran claims to line up with all this stuff. All right, do you know what this is like? Now, I've said it before, all right? But it's literally like me claiming to you, guys, in November 2021, Bitcoin never made an all-time high. All right, I'm coming to you right now in 2024. Bitcoin never made an all-time high in November 2021. If you don't believe me, go look at the chart, all right? I Jason Casper, declare to you, all right? I'm a prophet from God. And I'm here to say that Bitcoin never hit an all-time high in November 2021. If you don't believe me, go look at the Bitcoin chart, all right? You'll know what I'm telling you is true because you can go look at the Bitcoin chart, all right? That's literally what the Quran is like. The Quran says Jesus never died on the cross. If you don't believe me, go read the Bible, all right? The Quran says Jesus never died on the cross. If you don't believe me, go read the Bible. It gives itself a criteria and then it fails its own criteria. And there's no argument against this besides saying the Bible's been corrupted, which I just proved to you it has not been. And there's really nothing else you can say except maybe you could say, well, the Bible has been changed when you're talking about textual variants and things of this nature. But I also just showed you earlier that the Quran has had the same exact thing happen to it. There's different manuscripts, there's different traditions, there's different readings. We can go back to the Islamic sources and see different traditions. This is why I cannot accept that the Quran is from God. It just doesn't make any logical sense to me. And I've never heard an argument that has given me satisfactory answer. And if someone has an argument, I am more than welcome to hear it. But for me, the fact that the Quran says Bitcoin never hit 69K in November 2021, if you don't believe me, go look at the chart. That's just, there's no need for any further debate. It doesn't even matter if the Bible's been corrupted. Because if the Bible's been corrupted, the Quran can't be true anyway, because the Quran says, I'm here to confirm the Bible. So if the Bible's been corrupted, the Quran has to be false. And if the Bible has not been corrupted, the Quran has to be false, because the Quran gave itself the criteria of saying, I'm here to confirm the Bible, and then miserably fails the criteria. All right. Yeah, it's the Bible, TA. Why would the Quran disprove itself? My honest opinion is because whoever wrote the Quran had never read the Bible, right? You see things in the Quran that are stories that come from outside of the Bible, like Jesus turning clay birds into real birds. This comes from the Gospel of Thomas, which was written like in 400 AD, right? Not part of the Bible. And also the original hearers of Muhammad, they wouldn't have known the Bible either. They wouldn't have known it either. It's not until many years later that all these texts are open for criticism and people realize these are major issues. These are major issues. But, you know, the thing is this. The reason why this is such a big deal is because God has made a way for man to be reconciled to him through his own shed blood. That's how much God loves us. And then you have this ideology come along that literally cuts at the root of the only hope for humanity. It utterly cuts at the only hope of humanity. And it takes away the love that God has for us. It takes away his desire to have relationship with us, face-to-face intimacy with us. Right? And it removes all hope. It removes all hope. Because God has given us eternal life, and that life is in his Son. He who has the Son has life. He who does not have the Son of God does not have life. Now, I just quoted you a verse from 1 John 5:11. 1 John 5:11. Crap, I can't find it. I can't find it now. I'm flopping and groping. I have the wrong verse. Anyway, I'm quoting you a verse that we literally can read from a Bible that existed before Muhammad's day. All right, let me see if I can find it. I'm not going to flop and grope. All right, here we go. From the manuscript that was written down 300 years before Muhammad ever stepped on the scene. All right, so this is the Bible that Muhammad said to read to confirm the Quran. This is the testimony that God gave us eternal life, and this life is in his Son. He who has the Son has life. He who does not have the Son of God does not have life. All right. This is why it's such a big deal. All right, it's not just like, this literally has to do with life and death. All right, this literally has to do with life and death. It's really hard to maneuver this this manuscript here. But like, that's the main thing for me. Like, it is a life or death situation. But here's what I can't get over, and I mean this with all due respect, because look, I'm not here to say that I have everything right. But I am here to ask an honest question to Muslims. How can you deal with this issue? How do you rectify it? Because if someone came to me about the Bible with this, I would say, I need to find an answer for this right away, because if this is true, this shatters my understanding, all right? How do you get over the fact that the Quran says, you can believe me because I'm confirming this. If you don't believe me, go read this. And then you can see for yourself, based on the manuscripts I'm showing you, that we have this, right? I'm reading to you from the manuscript that existed before Muhammad's day. I'm reading to you from something from right here, so we know it hasn't been corrupted. How do you rectify that problem? How? How do you rectify the fact that the Quran comes along and literally disagrees with every core doctrine about God that God has revealed to himself in the Bible? How do you rectify this? You got to be honest. You got to come to Jesus. I'm down to have a conversation with an Islamic scholar. I really am. I mean that. If you know any, man, that would be great. I would love to have it. I would even start a whole new channel for it. You know? I would have a whole new channel for it, honestly, because I love this stuff, man. I love this stuff. I hope we don't front run the CDW. Why do I put religious stuff on the charts? Because I love Jesus. I'm sold out. I'm a brainwashed Bible thumper. Look at me. Big old King James Bible. So big. This is how I get such big traps and deltoids doing the Bible presses, baby. That's why. Muslim Lantern? Yeah, hook it up, my crypto goods. Look, hook it up, man. My email. I'll put my email in the chat right here, all right? If you know someone that would come on and discuss this with me, I'm more than down. I'm more than down. I'll put my email here. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Whew. And all this time, Bitcoin's doing nothing, baby. Are you kidding me? Yeah, my interpretation is off, says Saucy. I mean, like, maybe. I read you the Tafsir. Like, that's another thing. I'm reading you the Tafsirs. So this isn't even Jason Casper's interpretation. This is Ibn Kathir's interpretation, right? This is Ibn Kathir's interpretation. He wrote on this a long time ago. Are you saying you know better than Ibn Kathir? You might, but then you should be the one debating me. You know? You should be the one debating me. Muslim Lantern holds live streams. All right, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. All right. Ways of the Jedi wants to debate me. Ways of the Jedi, are you an Orthodox? I'm not going to debate an Orthodox Christian, man. I'm not going to debate an Orthodox Christian. The Vedas, I've gone through the Vedas, not nearly as much as I've gone through the Quran and various hadith. You want to know why I think pork is a sin? Oh man. Okay. Well, look, I look when I gotta be careful. Shout out to BB28 in the chat. Is BB28 in the chat? Look, shout out to Aaron G, man. Look, Aaron G's a Muslim. All right. I have no hate, no disrespect for Muslims at all. All right. I mean that with all my heart. With all my heart. May God guide us all to truth. May He guide us all to truth. We're waiting for a dang CDW. Are we ever going to get it? Swine is haram. Look, I believe God said not to eat pork, and I think if God said it, then we should keep doing. We should not do it. That's my view. All right. If God said not to do it, we shouldn't do it. The common verses in the New Testament that people used to say it's okay now, I have a different interpretation of them. All right. But I don't have any hate for anyone who eats pork or anything like that. All right. Theta, what religion do I follow? I follow Jesus, all right? I follow Jesus. The reason I follow Jesus is because he claimed to be the God who created everything, all right? He claimed to be the God who created everything. He never said the exact words, I'm the God who created everything, but based on the claims that he makes, he is attributing to himself claims that only God can attribute to himself. He claims that he's the one who will raise the dead, who will judge everybody on the day of resurrection. He claims that he existed already when Abraham was around. He claims that he is the first and the last, which is a title that is only given to God. He claims to be the Son of Man, spoken of in the prophet Daniel. And according to Daniel, the Son of Man is himself also God. And so Jesus claims to be God. And he also says, only through me can you come to God, right? He says, I am the door. He says, I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. You can only get to God through me, he says. And so I follow him. Because of all the other faiths out there and religions out there, Jesus is the only one who made these claims and then rose from the dead to vindicate himself. He's the only one who rose from the dead. All right, shout out to Funkin' Smurf, who's also Muslim. He feels no disrespect. I don't mean any disrespect. And look, I don't even want to throw any shade onto the Quran or onto the Hadith. The reason why I went through all that stuff with the Quran is because somebody in the chat said the Quran's perfectly preserved word for word, letter for letter, but the Bible hasn't been. So I'm just showing that they're both ancient books. They both have textual variants in the manuscripts, and we can use textual criticism on both books to determine what the original most likely said, to the best of our abilities, right? The only difference between the Bible and the Quran in that aspect is that the Quran has less than 100 manuscripts and the Bible has tens of thousands, all right? After he rose from the dead, did he die again? No, he did not. No, he did not. No, he ascended into heaven. Religion is meant to separate people. That's true. Religion is meant to separate people. But Jesus came to unify people, right? Jesus came to unify all people together. That's the message of the gospel. The gospel means the good news about God. The promise that God made was that I'm going to send the Messiah, which is going to be a blessing for all the families of the earth. And when the Bible ends, we see that God is there to dwell with humankind as one big family. It's all about relationship. It's about relationship. It's not about division. It's about relationship. All right? Relationship with God and relationship with each other. And what's so great about it is, yeah, God actually loves us that much. Not only does he love us, but he even likes us. It's a crazy thing. You know? Yeah, so Ways of the Jedi, so here's what I would say, all right? I don't like to talk about this issue because I know it's an issue of contention, and in my opinion, it's not a major issue, okay? I don't want to talk about this Ways of the Jedi, all right? I don't think it's conducive to good conversation. But I would be more than happy to privately tell you why I hold to my view, my brother. And no shade, all right? You know? No shade. Religion is the opium for the masses, says Karl Marx. That's right, yeah. Yeah, but according to, look, there's no such thing as no religion, all right? There's no such thing as no religion. If you're going to go down the road of atheism and humanism and communism, because they tend to go with each other, then the state becomes God, all right? And when the state becomes God, do you know what the opium of the masses is? All the bread and circuses that they give us to fight over and preoccupy ourselves with, right? Don't think about eternal things. Don't think about God. Don't think about intrinsic value. Just focus on drinking your beers on the weekends and watching your sports, fighting over your politics, getting a job so you can go into debt and pay off your house and then die. You know, and maybe when you're 65, you can retire and live on a beach, but you won't be able to walk because you spent all your time sitting at that dang desk, ruining your body with all our junk food and alcohol. So I think humanism has its own opiates for the masses. You know? Yeah, Marxism is a religion. Yeah, any philosophical view, when you push it far enough, any philosophical view is spiritual in nature. Any philosophical view is spiritual in nature because you're dealing with questions that transcend our three dimensions, such as purpose and destiny and origin and all of these things. These are spiritual in nature. So any major claim you want to make, philosophically, by implication, is also religious. You know? Some guy says my religion is masturbation. Well, to each their own. To each their own. All right, yeah. My crypto goods, bro, I am so down to speak to an Islamic scholar. I mean this. I'm not just saying this. I'm not just saying this. You gotta understand. I'm more than down. I posted my email in the chat. Email me, reach out to me, my crypto goods. But my crypto goods, do you have an answer for what I have just laid out to you? Because here's the thing. Me, as a lay person, right? I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm not an Islamic scholar. But as a lay person, just the plain reading of the text, without having to be a scholar, without having to know the deep secrets of what it really means, just the plain reading of the text is how I come to my view. And my view also agrees with the tafsirs and how Islamic scholars have actually interpreted the text. And I just played you videos from Islamic figures who are not going to try and say something false, right? Who also have agreed with the things that I've said. And here's the thing. They can... I have never heard... I would love to speak to a scholar who can tell me why, who can give me an answer, basically. I'm not going to go into it again, but who can give me an answer, right? Who can give me an answer? Crypto Sun 710, bro. With the debased. You did many times. Okay, yeah, my crypto goods. I might have missed it. Can you please give me your answer again, brother? All right. I know you might not be able to over text, and that's totally understandable and fine. So you could even shoot me an email, bro. You could even shoot me an email. You know? You could even shoot me an email. Man, we still got 700 people in here. That's wild. That is wild. Sheesh. How long have we been streaming? 3 hours? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Man, I'm gonna give myself a heat stroke on this dang treadmill. All right, Techno Tribe says, ask a question, I will answer an email. Everything I just went through as to why, the main reason why I disagree, the main reason why I reject the Quran is because the Quran states specifically many times that it's here to confirm the Bible. The Quran says many times the Bible is uncorrupted, that it was in the possession of the Christians and Jews at the time that Muhammad wrote, and that Christians and Jews should judge the Quran based on the Bible. And it even says, if you have any doubt about what the Quran says, go read the Bible. If you have any doubt about what the Quran says, go read the Bible. There's even a hadith where Muhammad takes out a Torah scroll and says, I believe in you and the one who revealed you. You know? So, how is it possible for the Quran to say explicitly that the Bible is true, should be trusted, and to judge the Quran based on the Bible, but then when you go look at the Bible, the Quran contradicts everything. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, look at this. Muhammad himself, all right, Allah told Muhammad, O Prophet, if you are in doubt about these stories that we have revealed to you, then ask those who read the scripture before you. All right, so Muhammad himself, if Muhammad has doubts about the revelation he's getting, then just go ask the people who had the scripture before you. right? All right. What's my cheat meal? Man, I'll eat whatever if I'm having a cheat meal. If I'm having a cheat meal, I will eat whatever. All right, Crypto Sun 710. Sorry for trolling, but it was fun. Yeah, I know it's fun to troll. I love trolling myself. I'm also a troll. It is fun. I know. That's why I can't hate on it. All right. Shout out to Tom Crown. Man, Tom Crown, we're not even talking about crypto. We're talking about the Bible and the Quran and all this stuff, man. Because, you know, I just don't take my channel that seriously, I guess. Man, how was your stream, Tom Crown? You had like 5,000 people in there, right? What do you think, Tom Crown? I was hoping we would sweep the lows, man. I was waiting this whole dang time to sweep the lows, but we only took out this low. I would love to come and sweep all these lows from down here. We only took out this low. All right. Man, my music's been super loud the whole time. What do I think about Hindus? I mean, if I was just gonna be blatantly honest with you, I believe that the Hindu gods and goddesses are demonic entities. That's my personal view. I think they're demonic entities. How fast can I run a mile? I don't know. I don't know the last time I ran a mile. All right. Well, man, what a boring live stream. What a boring live stream. What a boring FOMC stream. Shout out to Mark Dutch. Shout out to J-Boy Bullish. Shout out to Let Them Believe whatever you want. Yeah, look, everyone's free to believe what they want to believe, all right? Everyone's free to believe what they want to believe. I have no hate for any belief. The reason why I got into Islam is because I have Muslims in the chat telling me things, and I'm just telling you why I believe what I believe. For me, I would believe the Quran if the Quran said, hey, the Bible is false. Like, if the Quran straight up says the Bible's false, don't believe it, then I'd be like, okay, let's look into this. But because the Quran comes out and says the Bible's true, and if you doubt what me, the Quran, am telling you, go read the Bible to confirm that what I'm telling you is true. That's why to me, it's a total, like, I can't understand how anyone could not, like, see that crazy contradiction. So don't worry, because we're going to be talking to Islamic scholars, because people in here know some scholars, and we'll get it all figured out. We'll get it all figured out. You know? Yeah, look, I mean no disrespect to any Hindus, all right? I know it sounds very disrespectful, but according to my worldview, the other gods are demonic entities. Like, this is according to my worldview. So I've got to stay true to my worldview. I just got to stay consistent to the biblical worldview. All right, the other gods are real beings, but they're demonic. They're created beings that are demonic. All right, they're created fallen beings. That's what they are. If I get my answers, yeah, if I can get an answer, I would absolutely convert, for sure, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, if I could get a legitimate answer as to how this is possible, Because to me, it's like there's just it's so much cognitive dissonance for me to believe that the Bible and the Quran are true. It's like believing that fire is hot and cold, right? It's like fire's cold. If you don't believe me, stick your hand in fire. You know? Fire is cold. And if you don't believe me, stick your hand in the fire, right? You know, the Quran, it says, I'm true. If you don't believe me, read the Bible, all right? Well, we have the Bible. We have the Bible that existed in Muhammad's day, and it's Quran's totally contradictory, right? It's like me telling you, Bitcoin never hit $69,000 in 2021. If you don't believe me, go look at the chart, all right? Fire's cold. If you don't believe me, stick your hand in the fire. It's just, I cannot see any other way around it. So yeah, if someone has an answer, please let me know. I'm not just saying this to be a jerk. All right. Yeah, so Bitcoin Mania says the Bible and the Quran are both true. This statement in and of itself is contradictory because the Bible says Jesus died on the cross, and the Quran says Jesus didn't die on the cross, but Allah deceived people to think that Jesus died on the cross. So they can't both be true. All right? The Bible says that God has given us eternal life, and that life is in his Son. He who has the Son has life. He who does not have the Son of God does not have life. The Quran says God has no son. The most holy thing in the Bible is shirk in Islam. The most holy thing in the Bible is the unforgivable sin in Islam. You can't have it both ways. Like, they can't both be true. Now, again, I would be more than happy to take the Quran more seriously. The Quran had come out and said, the Torah and the Gospel have been corrupted. Here's the true revelation. But the Quran comes out and says, I'm giving you true revelation from God. The Torah and the Gospel are also true revelation from God. If you don't believe me, Muhammad, go talk to the people who have the Torah and the Gospel, because I'm just telling, it's all the same. They all line up with each other. You know? All right. Nice logos Catholics have? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But look, here's the thing. Disputations about religion, it's healthy to have that. It's healthy to talk about philosophy. It's healthy to talk about spirituality. It's healthy to talk about politics. Because look, if we can't have honest discussions and talk about real things and why we have disagreements, then no one's ever going to come to any conclusion, period, right? If I can't come here and tell you why I don't agree with something, then you won't even know how to address me. Like, if you're a Muslim and you have an answer for me, now you know where I'm coming from. And now you know how to address me. But if we never talk about these things, then how the heck are you ever going to know how to address me? You know what I'm saying? All right. Yeah, it's boring. All right, guys, we're gonna cut out the stream. All right. God bless everyone. God bless everyone in Jesus' name. All right. May the Lord bless you all. May he protect you all. May he shine light upon you. May he have grace upon you. May he turn his face towards you. May he give you wholeness in Jesus' name. And may he lead us all to the truth in Jesus' name. And I will see you guys probably Friday. Peace.